because we're all together in one. Is she English?
I can only advise. And naturally, my president, you will do his advice. You! Mr. President, what is your name? Subata. What is it? Emiliano Subata.
Can you folks hear me back? Great. All those that are on the speaker forum, please come forward, take a seat as close as you can up here, or come up on the stage. If you can, please. Folks, we're fixing to start the conference. We can't thank you enough for being here, and I'm going to let Pat on get started with some of the opening remarks.
Everybody, please come in and take your seats. We're fixing to start our conference. Okay, bienvenidos a todos. Y aquí con adelante vamos a hablar inglés. Welcome to one and all to our first annual Land Grant Descendants Conference. The purpose of this conference is to update you on certain litigation and research findings. So, like I said, the conference is open to all who are interested in this cause, and there's no charge made except for parking. So there are no dignitaries to introduce to you at this meeting, because this meeting is intended for the land grant descendants only. And we're going to be conducting organizational business and forming an alliance in order to combine our strength and speak with one voice in public and political matters. And the convenience of this alliance is in order to develop a communications network to better disseminate information to all the members. And the value of this alliance is to document institutional knowledge that we will develop and document for our grandchildren and our children, so that they will know what the forefathers endured, their hardships and their struggles in early Texas. So this knowledge will not be lost to them. But before we go any further, we need to stop and invoke. Okay. We need to stop and invoke the blessings of the Almighty.
Ask somebody to bring the golden ticket.
Did somebody peek out the back door and yell Joe Buck on?
At the registration desk.
You should be at the registration desk. What's your name? Okay. Heavenly Father, we ask that you will hear our prayers today. We are privileged to come before you together to seek your face, and we ask that you grant us success in our endeavors. That you give us direction and light into our path. Father God, that we may have success in our efforts to bring justice to the injustice done to our forefathers. And by the same token, Lord, we ask that you forgive our forefathers if indeed they caused injustice to Native Americans. And so to assure your blessings and to ask that you hear our voice, we pray in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Thank you, Pat. Folks, for those who have not met, I'm John Buckley. Everything that happens in the field happened here in my hall. So I'm ever grateful that you could make it to this meeting. I want to bid you good afternoon and thank you for attending the conference. Buenas tardes, damas y caballeros. Les doy muchas gracias por su presencia con esta junta. Ahora vamos a pasar una marca en este movimiento, tocante terrenos de nuestros ancestros, terrenos que se perdieron por parte de una munición de muertes de tejanos asesinados por estos mismos terrenos. Aplicaciones ilegales que se presentaban en cortes reclamando sus terrenos y otras chanchullas y crímenes de gentes criminales que resultaron aquí, en esta región, específicamente para tomar ventaja de la tempestad de revolución que se presentó en esta región en épocas y siglos pasados. Y ahora, para tomar mejor uso del tiempo que hemos dedicado para esta conferencia, voy a invitar a cualquiera, después de que se termine la junta, que vengan para clarificar lo que se discutió aquí, o si tienen necesidad o alguna otra pregunta. Ojalá que esté claro eso. Y ahora me dispensan porque voy a seguir en inglés, porque hay mucha gente aquí que no entiende español como nosotros, que ya estamos ancianos. Pero que por su capítulo voy a seguir en inglés. Ladies and gentlemen, today we're going to pass a milestone in the movement for resolving the land grant history and what happened 150 years ago, when the lands of our ancestors were settled, were suddenly taken from them. Folks, there is a dark side in our history in Texas. Little by little, we're seeing little glimmers of light, and the truths are coming together. And I truly believe that it's time for this and God, given unity among all of us, we're going to make Texas history. Now, this milestone that I speak of has to do with an opportunity we're going to have today to form an alliance among all groups They're working so hard to achieve the same goal. I've been asked to do this by so many people I can't name them all, and it just makes sense for all these different factions to unite for the benefit of our common cause. This is not to say that the different families and the different factions cannot continue doing what they're doing. This is not to say they can't voice their opinion anywhere, or do whatever it is to advance their cause in the movement. This is basically an effort to unite under one voice so we can gain some kind of better strength, because there is strength in unity, to be able to communicate with the state and with all of the bureaucracy that we have seen in our time, in our forefathers' time, that had actually prevented anything from happening, to do something to bring justice to what happened in the past. We all want the same thing. We're all searching for justice. So failing to merge our efforts simply give the opposition an advantage and not feeling the strength we must be united. Does it make sense? And believe me, when you take a good hard look at what we face with the state, and I've done that singularly in several cases, mainly 3 times when I was presenting a testimony to the Independent Appropriate Commission, and again when I tried to advance for a communication system, they looked at me like if I'm zero. And I am. But if we unite, we're not going to be a hero anymore, are we? Now, the state has been perhaps the biggest catalyst of the wrongs that were forcefully imposed on our ancestors. But believe me, the United States is not far behind in legislative initiatives, methods that they blocked initiatives on the part of our ancestors and our forefathers to regain some of this land that we protected, because they were supposed to be citizens of the United States. Mexico ceded the Southwest to the United States based on the Treaty of Guadalupe. I, in my heart and soul, believe that there's a large core of defense for our cause in the treaty, simply because it was not honored by the United States. And you're going to hear some more about that in a minute. So unity is the answer to gain strength in our cause. Your package, and you have an alliance worksheet in it, designed to accomplish just that. And the person that's going to take it there is going to be Mr. Juan Castro Laredo. If you haven't met him yet, you will appreciate the opportunity to meet Juan. He's going to narrate the alliance workshop and conduct it. So at this time, look for your alliance worksheet in your packet and have it handy so you can follow along. There's going to be a few changes that we made, very few, so you can follow along as the procession happens. In the meantime, we have today a wealth of knowledge concerning the land grant history. I know, for example, that the Blake family has been on a hunt for answers longer than many. Decades they've been working. People who are among us today, like Nick Clay and John Lucky, just opened my eyes at the very first meeting that we held back in the Holiday Inn over how far behind I was and how much information they had gathered and how far they had traversed in the past to try and find justice. I have nothing but the highest regard for both Yolanda and Nick, and we're going to hear from them in this moment. Others like the Galans, the Loya, Juan Loya, Steve Loya, Bobby Gonzalez, who couldn't be here regrettably. These folks have broken ice for us in strategic applications of legal venues. The Galans are moving ahead. They're blazing a trail to the rest of us. And thank heaven they have what it takes to do that. And it also takes some backbone to lead the pack. Believe me, I have nothing but the highest regard and respect for them. In a moment, we're going to hear from them as well. People like Sean Lanata, who bring logic and order to discussions that would otherwise burn time for no gain. Generous in many ways, Sean has contributed $2,000 toward the conference. So we owe Sean a big round of applause. Now, Sean is one of my mentors in matters of land grants. Joe Sierra from Chicago, a brilliant spokesman for the cause. He's going to deliver a riveting presentation on the agenda this afternoon, and you're going to learn a lot from Joe. Elmer Sierra, we saw Elmer just working with the computer just a moment ago in screen technology. One of the best researchers in the business. Elmer went personally to Washington, D.C., looked at the library, their Library of Congress, dug up information that's been extremely useful to us, and some of this is going to pass to Joe this afternoon. So we owe Sean, we owe Elmer a big round of applause. We have Arnolfo Sierra, a big heart. We haven't asked Arnolfo to say anything because he volunteers to register people to vote for the good of the cause. He's been doing this for some time. And he's also going to be a part of this process because we're going to add him, or try and add him, onto some of the positions with the alliance that we're going to form in the moment. Tina Hetherington. For those who don't know, Tina Hetherington has been extremely important for us in terms of administration. She's taken on a lot of administrative responsibility and duties. We can't be here today because, tragically, her 35-year-old daughter had a heart attack, passed away. For those of you who know Tina, please call her, give her the best. She is, and I hope it doesn't change the passion for this movement. Who knows? Only God knows. But she needs to hear from all of you know. Juan Castro. You're going to get to know one today. You know, I was in the service for 20 years. And when you're trying to manage big groups of people, there are certain people in the group that are doers and shakers and make things happen. Juan is one of those. He and Sean are some of my mentors. I go to them frequently for tasks and help. And how he does this, I don't know. He and his wife, Rosalina, are among the most valuable people we have on the organization. He has a full book of business and still does all this thing. My brother Ernest never retired from doing research. Cousins at Media Martinez, and the Bacon, Ben Bacon, Topi Bacon, and many others. Too many to name here. Now, the reason I say too many, I protect myself when I do that, because guess what? Probably all of us in here are related. We're probably all cousins. There's DNA that flows in our veins that is home base somewhere way back in ancient times with our forefathers. So I can't name everybody. There's too many things. People from attorney scholars camp, even with all the complaints that we hear from them, but truly if it wasn't for her, we probably wouldn't be here today. So I have respect for her. And my family had some bad experiences with her as well. But I have nothing negative to say about her for her camp. We simply could not afford to pay the price. And there's people that have chosen also to leave a camp, and everybody's welcome here. And we're not in the recruitment away from her. I'm not getting into her business at all. I just want you to understand I have nothing negative to say about Attorney Collins. Some people like George Farias, who presented the white paper to the Unclaimed Authority Commission, and I saw his daughter, and I regret not remembering her name, also make the presentation. They have contributed invaluably to the movement. George Farias did a tremendous amount of research. And I regret, in this sense, that he's muted by the fact that he is with the College camp. But he certainly deserves a lot of credit for the work he's done for our cause. They've done a godly work. Gloria Munoz Gibney. Many of you here from Corpus probably know her. Gloria has participated in the political process for years and now brings her experience and skills to serve our cause. So, thank heaven that we have her because she brings experience to us in political matters, an assembly of people, organizing people, registering people. And there are many others that are not present, such as UMPC Commissioners Alcy Hill, John Plathan, Penny Bach, our very own state representative, People Lavelle, who articulated the path to success in the state legislative initiative. All of those people form a think tank for us to draw from and for our needs, for our purposes, for our needs. Just to mention a few, and I'm sure I've missed many, and I apologize for all those. Before I move on to the next portion of the agenda, I want to make one thing absolutely clear. There was a lady that called me about 3 days ago from San Diego, Texas. She could not speak English or she didn't speak Spanish. He said words to the effect, I hear that you're going to distribute $47 million at your conference. And you know, we take amusement at that. But bless her heart, she was dead serious. And I explained to her the purpose of the conference. And the purpose of the conference is basically twofold. One, to organize all of it into one alliance. All of that. And second, in the final report of the Implemental Appropriate Commission to the state legislature, there was a comment, a suggestion made by the chairman for the legislature to form, the Speaker of the House and the Lieutenant Governor, to form a legislative committee to hear and study all the complaints of the injustices that occurred in Tejano, Illinois. Folks, I can't tell you how important that is. I cannot overemphasize how important that is, and this is why. House Bill 724, when we saw all that testimony, did not provide for that. It was confined only to distribution of unclaimed mineral proceeds. But because of all the testimony that we got concerning the injustices, that chairman made that recommendation to the legislature. So it is vitally important that committee be appointed, because now we can go into that committee, hopefully, they have the same venue, I hope they do, and deliver the testimony about the injustices that was going on. So, how are we going to do that? In the registration, we ask you to fill in some contact information. That is going to form the nucleus of how we can communicate to you. So we're going to have some form letters that are going to go out to you. And these form letters, all you have to do is sign them and send them to your state representative and to your state senator. You've got to look which one goes with which. Sign them and mail them to them. If we get enough communication from all over the state, or from at least the better part of South Texas, they'll understand that we need to have that done, and that we have the representation as a group geographically in South Texas County to matter, to make a difference. So I hope that makes sense to everybody. We're going to communicate with you through the contact numbers and information that you gave. So if you did not register during one of the breaks, please go back and register. Okay. Now we're going to begin the conference with the presentation of Patricia Champion regarding genealogy services, which are so essential to this movement. And we're going to ask that you take a seat in the conference center somewhere in the corner, so that those of you that may have questions for her don't have to leave the conference center to be able to communicate with her. Trish has served this movement many years. She has excellent credentials. She has excellent credentials. She has experience in law firms and hire her services, and give me confidence that she's personally used from her own family one that, for myself, that I would use. Now, this doesn't mean that there are other people who do the same work, they're not worthy of mention. This only means I know Trish, and she's the only one that I know. Okay, Trish?
I don't want to yell in your ear. For those of you who do not know who I am, my name is Patricia Champion. I'm a professional genealogist and licensed private investigator. For the past 20 years, I have been working with attorneys, government agencies, banks, trust companies, in identifying and locating who the heirs are. That's my primary job. About 11 years ago, I was approached by an attorney down in the valley to work with him on locating who the heirs were for the Washington Choctaw land grant. And that's how I got started working with land grant descendants. That was 11 years ago, and here I am. So how important is your genealogy? Historically, important genealogies have been recorded. Jesus Christ had his own genealogy recorded in the book of Matthew and Luke. The English monarchy had their family tree recorded in Alfred the Great, which was in 849 AD. And why is your record of your genealogy important? Because it's evidence, verification, confirmation, irrefutable proof of who your ancestors are. When I prepare a genealogical report, and I've got one right here, looks like this, I ask for 2 pieces of documentation for each generation. We start with the primary heirs. We get copies of their birth certificate. If you're a woman, I want a copy of your marriage certificate and ID. For each generation back, for those that are deceased, I want copies of death certificates. And if they were born after 19, 20 or so, copies of birth certificate and marriages if possible. Now, for records that are before 1900, if y'all have been doing research, you know that those, you're not going to get those at the Bible Records Office. You're going to have to use church records. For those, you're going to look for bautismos, matrimonios, disfunciones, and many can be found on microfilm or over at the archives. If you're dealing with Camargo or a nota, sometimes you know that there are going to be instances when there's no records there. When that happens, we can use other acceptable documentation, such as will or testamentals, a census, some court documents with a seal on them. We can use something else, but we try to find documentation for each generation. It's necessary. That's your evidence. Also, researching your ancestry may also bring to light that there's other languages that you're connected to. So it's extremely important to know all the different branches that you're stemming from. And please, when you use online published family trees, use them as guides only. They are not proof documents. Sometimes families will come to me and they have 3 or 4 family trees and 2 documents. I can't use that. So we need to have actual documentation. Like I said, birth certificates, death certificates, matrimonials, marriages, those are actual Bible records. That's what we need. Also, too, I have seen many family trees that were copied offline that were incorrect. And what happens is if you happen to copy an incorrect family tree and somebody else copied an incorrect family tree, pretty soon there's just a bunch of those online and they're wrong. And you know the ones who've been doing research, when you look at it and go, that's not correct. But they're there. So you have to be careful. I ask everybody, please be careful. The genealogical record, the genealogical report is your record of how you connect to your ancestors. You can use this to file a claim with an oil company or open an estate. You can take it to an attorney as proof of your ancestry so that they can file a declaration of heirship in the court. And it can be used in a court of law in a lawsuit. I've had many of my reports such as this in million-dollar lawsuits. So this report can be used for that purpose. And if anybody has any questions concerning locating a specific document in your family tree or how to get started on getting your family records together, I'm right over there on the table. I'll be glad to talk with you, look over some of your documents, and try to help you in any way I can. Thank you so much for your time.
Greg. I thought I should give you the same treat that I received, and maybe some of you may have already experienced this. But when I first heard Nick and Yolanda, I was hungry for more, and I've been able to get more from on the phone and through emails. So I wanted to share part of their experience in searching and doing the things that I think all of us want to do in achieving the same goals. So I asked them to come up and take a few minutes, both of them together, because literally they both were the ones that opened my eyes. Nick, go ahead.
Good afternoon. My name is Nicolas Bali, and I'm a teacher, and we work together in research. I'm the one that's probably a little bit of a hellraiser, and say that actually the area between the West River and the Rio Grande is not part of Texas. Okay? And doing our research, we discovered that I'm not the only fool saying this. Okay? Throughout history, it's been mentioned that actually the area between the West and the Rio Grande does not belong to Texas, and it never has been. Okay? We have never been part of the Republic of Texas. And like I said, I have the proof, and I'll give you a couple of references. All right? In 1836, whenever the United States won the war between corporations, in 1836, when the Battle of Mississippi, they made a deal with Santana, right? And they claimed that the Santana was told to move his troops all the way, not north of the river, but all the way to Monterrey. This is lies. Okay? This is lies we need to know in our history. When the Republic of Texas starts dividing their land, they would the divided the land counties. All the counties that they put into the laws around September 14 of 1837, this is whenever they made up the laws. All the counties that they would put that were north of the west, none would be south of the river. All right? The same thing whenever they set up militia. They put 5 militias all over the state of Texas. None south of the river. It has never been part of the Republic of Texas. And because we are, like I said, under Tamaulipas, and the only time that they became part of Texas is during the 1848 treaty, when the United States won the war, or invading Mexico. And still then, they were not, Mexico did not recognize the border as a Rio Grande, and we fought for it. We have been stated several times about the Treaty of Guadalupe. Okay, another thing. The Treaty of Guadalupe has been told several times that it does not apply to the area between the West and the Rio Grande because it was part of Texas, which is a lie. It has never been part of Texas. Okay. Texas was then Texas and the Estado de Pacific. That was Texas, not Tamaulipas. Tamaulipas is Mexico. There's 2 cases, or several others, 2 cases that I know of, and I got the documents to prove it, where he says the United States government says that the Treaty of Guadalupe does not apply to the area between the West and the river. Although, the United States says that the Treaty of Guadalupe does not apply to it. And I have the documents and the cases for all of this. that we need to talk a lot about what we need to do about the streets. I know that New Mexico has gone and filed for the treaty, but like I said, it's voted the treaty for New Mexico or different the treaty of Guadalupe, and not Texas or, you know, like I said, the United States recognizes as being part of Texas. We're not. And as such, what we call it, being a part of Texas, the Texas laws do not apply. The Texas limitations do not apply to the area in the west of the Rio Grande. What I'm trying to say is that actually this area belongs to the United States government. They won the war. They became part of the United States, not part of Texas. Okay? Texas did not fight the war. Texas did not win the war. The United States is the one who won the war. And we became part of the United States. Why? Because in government, I don't know. And like I say, I got all the stuff to prove it as such. And I probably, this is why I came to Mr. Falcone, all right? Because I am too rough on the issues. Mr. Falcone is good with the words. He can communicate better with the lawyers. And I'm trying to make him jump, you know, us to move forward and see what we can do about it.
I'm Yolanda Martinez, and I can specifically agree with Nick. The history of our land grant is very difficult to understand. The laws applying to our land grants are very difficult to understand as well. As you know, this was Spain until 1821, then after Mexico won in Spain, this became Mexico until actually 1848, our area. Except, of course, there was the Republic of Texas that claimed this territory in 1836. But basically, there are 26 million acres in the state of Texas that should be recognized as Spanish-Mexican land grants. And that's a lot. That's all the areas between the West and the Rio Grande River. Now, those 26 million acres have vested rights attached to them. They are supposed to this day be protected under Spanish law. The state of Texas uses Spanish laws whenever it's to their convenience. The laws here in Texas are both, it's got a dual law system. It's got the English common law and the Spanish civil law. As Nick was saying, Texas became a republic, but it became annexed by the United States in 1845. But of course, Mexico didn't agree to that. They actually forced Santana to sign a treaty as a prisoner of war, which tells me that shouldn't have happened. It's a voided treaty. So in 1848, because of the Mexican-American War, Mexico and the United States actually signed 1848 was the Genealogy Treaty. Now, under that treaty, all the Southwest states, including the area between the West and the Rio Grande, should be protected under that treaty. Now, this area has been used in several lawsuits, has been recognized in several lawsuits as the area protected under the Guadalupe Treaty, except Texas does not recognize that. It does in certain times, like for example, and several lawsuits in the Luz versus the state and Vice versus the state, and also very recently when the Kennedy Foundation won a lawsuit against the state for the Montclair area. They used Spanish law to win that lawsuit because of the Spanish measurement is very different than the English common law measurements when it comes to the tideland. Say from the area from the coast to the mid-higher high tide. So all that area, if you've got a land grant along the coast, we have ownership to all that area. And that is how the Kennedy Foundation got their millions from the state, protected under Spanish law. The thing here is the Kennedy Foundation actually claimed that land because of the purchases they did on the Barreta land grant. La Barreta land grant was originally given to Francisco Bailly, and then of course it was sold a couple of times, and then several times it got several royalty deeds from different heirs to the Kennedy Foundation, or the Armstrong people, there are Hearst, and there are several people that purchased. Now, the funny thing about this, and I say, well, wow, how did that have happened? Is because every land grant was adjudicated in 1852 was given a land patent. So the land patent, if you read the land patent, I have copies of them here, all the land patents are given to the original heirs with their name and their legal, their heirs and legal assigned. If you go to a Spanish land title, you know that the title tells you the name of the heir plus his successors. Now, if you go to a land patent in Texas, it's going to be the original land grantee, his heirs, or his legal assigned. So that means anybody who sold the land. So on their land patent, the governor very clearly states that this land patent is given under the laws of the state of Texas. So if you're going to go with the laws of the state of Texas, your ownership to that coastal property should end there at where the water and the land meet. You know, that's right there at the coast. But they went ahead and they actually paid all those monies to the Kennedy Foundation for all the drilling they had done through the years in the mudflats area, which is the water, the land is covered by the high tide when the water comes in and out of the winter when it goes higher. So they got millions for that under Spanish law. So every time any ancestor of any land grant goes to file a lawsuit against the state or any to claim a land patent, there's several, including the Bailly. What do they fled the statute of limitations, they fled adverse possession, and they're denying justice under English common law. But in reality, my point is, we are the real Spanish heirs, and we're the ones that have the rights to the Spanish laws in our language, not the people that are on that land. And I can go on and on and on, you know, comparing the Spanish law to English common law. And this is his point of view. I mean, there's so many details I can go into, including the lawsuits where the 1848 treaty is used, even in other states, and it states very clearly that Texas is included in that treaty up to March 17th of 1836. Like the lawsuit, Blue versus McKay in California, this land grantee was fighting for mineral rights. And the United States plainly told them that yes, these people are the legal owners of the mineral rights. The United States had no right to the minerals because it never belonged to the United States. They were like in a trust fund. Whenever they adjudicated the land grant, you get the land grant with everything attached to it. That's a vested right. And that's the way it should be, because when they signed the Treaty of Corpus with Mexico didn't claim any other rights at all. And that's the way it should be with Mexico and the United States, the 1819 treaty. All the treaties release, they release the land. It's a private land grant, it's sovereign land grant. A sovereign, that's what it is, it's a sovereignty. Compare it to an Indian, like an Indian reservation. We have the same rights to stay. It's protected on the tongue. Different laws.
Okay, before we close, I want to Mr. McCormick is going to open up a website here pretty soon, and I think that I'm going to post these documents, what I'm saying, this is going to be on part of Texas, so we Alicia versus the City of Brownsville, 154 borough number 4. The right borough is dismissed for the want of jurisdiction. In McKean versus Survival, 18 November, it was decided that the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo had no relation to property included within the state of Texas. Very simple. I got the document, okay, and I will go to post it. Page 12 of the minor court. Chief Justice Wade delivered the opinion of the court. By authority of the above cases, it is shown that the Treaty of Guadalupe does not apply to Texas, and that therefore the Texas law should be applied in considering the rights of the legis hearing. Right? This
Texas law
is to us. I mean, to the Texas law. But we were not part of Texas. Never have. And I got to say that. And this,
I believe this is a congressional issue. It would take a congressional law to actually change all this. I mean, it's a tough task. But this is something we would have to take to the Department of State. We already tried this with the APR. We tried to attach our land grants to the New Mexico congressional law, and they actually told us that Texas was different, that we were not community land grants, we were private land grants, and that we would have to do exactly what New Mexico was doing. That was the answer.
I agree with that. And this is why we need to talk to the people from filing the lawsuit against the United States on the Treaty of Guadalupe. This is New Mexico. I think we're going to attend a meeting next month up there and communicate with people and see whether maybe we can even meet or maybe open up a case like New Mexico has. We have never done that. Or we have never done that, you know. So there's several options, okay? We're looking for legal advice. We're going to be talking to persons that know more about this and see which way we can follow.
Thank you, Yolanda. We're going to have, we were scheduled initially on the agenda for a break at this point, but we're going to go ahead and have one lawyer come up and talk to us what little we can about his lawsuit. Just so you know, there's a live person here that's part of the lawsuit against Texas today. Okay. Mike.
Hello, how y'all doing? By the way, Sam, how you doing? I did see Christi, some other people that I've seen in the past meetings. When we started, I'm going to give you just a little bit of history, and then I'm going to give you a little bit of direction, and I can't talk about the lawsuit, so please don't ask anything about the lawsuit. I can't. We did it. On July 10th of this year, 2015, we filed a lawsuit against the state of Texas. Period. We're going. We're going to do it. All right? That out of the way. I want to talk about a simple thing that people talk to me sometimes about. And you know what? I think about it, and I want you to think about it when you go home. When you have breakfast in the morning. It's very funny what I'm about to say. And it's okay to laugh. Because I want you to laugh. I want you to be excited. I want you to be understanding that we're going in a different direction. And these people up here like John Falcone and Sean and the ladies and the rest of these people, they're wanting to go in a direction to get this resolved. And that said, you go look at the Bible, and there's different methods of talking about the Bible. There's good methods, bad methods, funny methods, but there's always methods. But one thing that hasn't changed is actually what it says inside, the message. The message is the same, it's just the method on which way you're doing, how you're doing, how you're approaching somebody. Are you approaching somebody with honesty or unjust or lying, or are you approaching somebody with truth? Because the truth hurts, right? Nobody wants to hear the truth if it's going to hurt, right? That's our biggest problem. And one thing that we have done to get the truth is that sometimes you have to look outside the box. You have to tear it apart, rip it apart, take the whole dictionary apart, take the whole Bible apart, and read it yourself and get the truth. That's the way you get the truth. Right, Sam? Tracy? Because y'all done it. All you've done it. There's a lot of people that have helped educate in this process to rip it apart and get the truth. So, anyways, getting back to the chicken and the pig. It's funny. When you go have breakfast in the morning, you know, you have your eggs and your bacon, you think about who had to sacrifice what to get what you had on your plate. Did the chicken have to sacrifice anything to have the egg on the plate? No. She didn't have to kill herself or anything. She just laid an egg and there you go, right? Now the hog, now that's a different story. When you eat bacon, eat the sausage, what did that hog have to do? He had to sacrifice. And learning that's education for y'all to take home, because you're going to sit there and you're going to laugh about it. I'm telling you, you're going to sit there and you get that breakfast. You're going to say, what was John talking about? What was the babies talking about? What was Sean talking about? And then you start thinking, wow, that simple little breakfast is telling me something. That if you want something done, you got to be the hog. You got to sacrifice yourself. You got to get things done. That's the only way it's going to get done. But if you're that chicken laying eggs around here, you don't lose anything. Right? It doesn't cost you any money, any time, away from your family, an operation that has to be hurried up so you can get to a meeting, those, or this man going to Oklahoma, or New Mexico, wherever he goes, because they have the same issues, just different laws, because it's a federal law that's over them instead of a state law like it is here, because the way the law is set, just like she says, they're different laws. But yeah, so next time you sit there and you're eating your breakfast, think about those things. How do I sacrifice myself to help a direction or a cause to move forward and get things done? Or I'm just going to be the chicken who just goes, lays an egg and runs away. Funny, right? Education. Education is key. How many people's gone to college in here? Raise your hand. How many people's graduated high school? How many people have common sense? You realize that common sense, to me, is more education than high school and college? All right? I have a mother that... Excuse me a moment. Possibly just went to the 6th grade. Well educated. She's not stupid. She's smart. What's that saying? And that was a gazelle? Right? So educate yourself. Learn from these people. Because before you know it, they're gone. The young people need to step up. Educate yourself. Understand the struggle. Understand what John's talking about. The secondary and the thirds. Educate yourself. Move yourself forward. still. And that doesn't mean, oh, I would love for you to finish high school. Believe me. I would love for you to go to college. Believe me. I'd love for you to be a doctor, an attorney, whatever. But sometimes just the man standing right there over there can educate you even better. All right. Next step. Teamwork. Working together. People working together. Everybody here's going to have a different method. Believe me, it's mad, but crazy, and it's true. But we all have the same book that we're reading out of, that we're looking at. All these land grants that were done wrongfully, that their lands have been stolen, and, under adverse possession because we weren't educated back then in the 1800s. I mean, let's be honest, right? They were putting stuff on back doors so we couldn't read it. They'd open the doors and the paperwork was there. But where was it? On the back of the door. So when they tell you go to the court, see if your name or your land's being processed, you go there, you wouldn't see anything. You'd be like, there's nothing there, I'm okay. And then 30 days later, oops, you just lost your land. It was there, it was posted. And those are the things that were going on. So make sure you keep that teamwork together in a direction, and believe me, keep in the direction that's good and positive. Good and positive means you help each other. You don't put one another down, because that's what they want you to do. They want you to fight against each other. Once you start fighting against each other, they got this licked. They got it licked. They want you to have a boring meeting or talk about this and that and whatever. They don't care. They want you to fight against each other. The more he talks about his problem, that problem, whatever, we all got problems. But we all need to work together in this team and get a direction. And I think that's what this is about today. Getting direction, helping each other to move forward with other people that have different methods on getting there. I can't sit here and say that Baid's wrong or Sean's wrong. Nobody's wrong here. Everybody has their method of how they're doing things. We go in the direction, and we're all getting off and on, and we're going. We're going to do this thing. And that's a lot of the message I want to bring to y'all. To get y'all motivated and positive, to understand that, the direction, the method, and the understanding, the teamwork, and the sacrifice, being sacrificing on this situation. So, the chicken and the pig. One thing that I've learned, I want y'all to really listen to this, because I might hurt some people's feelings, but this is true. What do we talk about the truth? It hurts. Okay? In my studies, with all 4 law firms, 2 title companies, several senators, and a crew of investigators, mainly run by Robert Gonzalez, that couldn't be here, that's my cousin. We found that if you want to take a fight to a person, you don't do it in their backyard. Now let's listen to that. Do it in their backyard. From El Paso to San Antonio to Houston, all the way back down to the valley, guess what you're doing when you do something down there? You're in their backyard. They can destroy you. They can do whatever you want with you. They will tear you apart. I even have House representatives. They'll tell you whatever you want to hear, as long as they stay in power. I'm talking about the church now, right? I call that their backyard. You want something done, what do you do? Get them in the streets. And that's what we've done. We brought them out to the street, where we don't fight in their backyard, where they got all that power and all that stuff against us. Because I want you to really think about this. When you have a meeting down south, and you ask somebody to help you, or show up, or do anything, you're either going to get cold shoulders, they don't want to come, they tell you what you want to hear at the meeting, and they're out the door. Right? I've seen it with my own eyes. Am I true? Is that true? Have you seen it? How many people seen that? Some of them won't even show up. And I voted for you. You ate lunch with my cousin and told me you're going to show up. We even went to your wedding and you didn't want to show up. Honestly, I got an issue with that. Because I voted for you. Not me personally, but the people down south that are my family. Just like we put you in there, we can take you out. But we're going to do it in the street. We're not going to do it in your backyard because you got control in your backyard. You got people in your back pockets telling you you're the puppet. I'm just telling the truth. How it is. Number 7. Voting. People, come on. Who votes in here? You don't realize how strong that is. It can move mountains. It could literally make a mountain if you wanted to. But if we don't get our people involved, how are you going to get votes and people in place that can help you? That's how powerful voting is. Understand that. Take it home with you. Kick it around. Whatever you want to do. Educate yourself some more. Going back to history. Once again, going back to history. We tore it to pieces. We found out what was not working, what was working, and what was going on. What was the whole process? Why was everybody upset? Are you here to be a millionaire? Are you here to get justice? Are you here to get an answer? Or are you here just to stop the madness? You need to find out which one are you. Okay? Because I tell you what, if you're here to be a millionaire, there's a lot of people in line. There's a lot of people in line. Play the lottery every day. Take them through the day. But if you're here to get an answer, and that might not be the just answer, and that might not be the answer you're looking for, but you will get it, then you, I think, on my method, you're in the right direction with me on the way we're going, alongside with these people here. That's my method. I'm glad Sam and Tracy showed up because I'm not an attorney. Right, Tracy? Right. But I have attorneys. Right, Tracy? You've met one of my attorneys.
I've met all of them.
There you go. When you ask a question, they delivered. Right, Tracy? It wasn't the answer you were looking for, but it was a legal answer that I could get. And there might be something still attached to it that might be a little bit different, or it might change some situations or whatever. But the method that we were approaching, we applied it to it, and it just didn't work. But at least, she was there, she experienced it, we went through it. We changed direction. That's what she's done. She's changed direction, she's going in a different direction to get her answer. Because, I'll be honest with you, even though you might not get your answer, you still want to get that answer. You want to feel it where it's deep in your heart where you can tell your family, I've done everything I can, right, Paul, to get my answer, and this is what I come up with. And I'm good. And I can sleep good at night. But then there's still that struggle that John talks about all the time. How we were done. So then he's changed directions to this direction because you feel it just. Because your family was done the same way. Mine was murdered, poison, all that. Just like the Bible probably has many, many stories like that. all y'all have those stories. If you go back and talk to your grandfather, they probably talk to you about those things. And it develops some anger, right? But that doesn't mean we go storm the Capitol building with guns. We do it legally, we do it just, we do it in an order, a good direction, with a good method and a good person in front of it. And it could be several people in front of it. So, that's what I want to leave y'all with. I guess we're fixing to go to break. I guess we're going to wait till the end for questions or anything. So we'll do that, and I can get back with you with any questions, but I'll give that way I'll go to the break. Give John Falcone. Thank you, Warren. Let's take a 10-minute break, and please be back in your seats in 10 minutes because we got a lot on the agenda and the better part of the meeting yet to come.
I think they did. Because she said we're on our way.
I want to get the market supposed to
Yeah, we got rushed already.
give me a couple more hours, right?
That's a Spanish and Mexican land grant meeting in Corpus Christi live. That's the title. When you search it on YouTube, and you'll see a little red thing that says live, and that's what's being broadcast.
I got my uniform. I'll wear undershirts. I'm in the shop. I take off the uniform. I have my undershirts. Yeah, I heard about that guy. Better.
Right now, I've been
Uniforms are black, a shade of gray.
that's the word around
So
here.
walking like 380 shirts, 6 black shirt. Couple of others. Seriously, do not want to wear one this year. Yeah. Probably go to my dad's work. Something. That's the one. Daughter recently had a baby. She had help her take care of the baby.
That's Albania. Good to meet you. My pleasure, guys. We got here a little bit late, but I got a ride with my aunt, so it's not as if I can, you know. Right away, from my perspective, it's like different options to deal with. And trying to get it, you know, yeah, with that, I'm used to playing big. Yeah. You do have to factor in. Look, if you look at this thing from the other side, hand out the protection
Ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats again. We're going to commence. If you could please take your seats again, thank you. Thank you again. Please take your seats. If you could move in, please take your seats. Thank you.
the thing is called division
Oh, yeah.
No, but let me tell you, you guys.
Ladies and gentlemen, can you hear me back? Great. If you could please take your seats now. We're going to move on to the next item on the agenda, which is the Alliance Workshop by Martin Castro. And I want to take 1 minute to share this one thought with you following Juan Moya's presentation. A study that was conducted by Berkeley, University of California, and it's on record, reviewed the land distribution and titling process that happened here in Texas and how Hispanics were treated as a whole. And I want to give you just this one instance. First, they took the land from our ancestors. So we were moved into a position of destitution. We were just so poor. We had to sell our services like slaves, whatever it is that people earn. They had the money, they had the land. Every year, the state would take the census, and all the school districts would line up all the Hispanic children along with the whites, because the state was giving them $17.50 per head for the education purposes. But all the school districts had the Anglo schools, they call them the American schools, had all the Anglo children. And then they had the Hispanic schools, which they call the Mexican schools. When the money came down from the state, the school districts, and this is documented, just like Nick was saying, would take the money that was supposed to be allocated to the Hispanic schools and move it over here to the Anglo schools, because they said the Hispanics didn't have a sufficient tax base to support their schools. In other words, we had no land to be taxed. So they take our land, then they line up our children, so they get $17.50, and then they take the money also. I could sit here forever telling you incident after incident after incident of this type. And that's why I say, if Texas is ever tested for its constitutional integrity and how it treated its people, us, Hispanics, it will fail miserably. That's down the road sometime. I may see it in my lifetime, maybe I won't. But what we're doing is to guarantee that our children and grandchildren have that information and get pushed forward. Okay, I'm going to turn you over to Juan. Juan is actually going to narrate and conduct the Alliance Workshop. Juan?
Thank you, John. Do we have a Alliance worksheet? So we have we have 9 items, which we're going to cover 8. There's one item that we're not going to cover today. We've got about half an hour, 45 minutes to go through the 8 points. And this is really important business that we need to take care of today. So we're going to start with the very first item, and we're going to need to show have a show of hands for what I'm going to ask you. So the first item is to determine a need for this allowance. So, having said that, I need to ask you, those in favor of determining a need to come together and align ourselves, will you please raise your hand? So it looks like the vast majority of us are in agreement that we do need to come together. Thank you very much. Item number 2. We're going to choose a name for this alliance. We started out with 5 names, but we've narrowed it down to 3. So I'm going to mention these names, and then I'm going to mention them in sequence right away. And then when I do that, I'm going to start again, and I'll start with the very first one, and that's where we'll raise our hands if we agree for either one of them, okay? So the first name that has been suggested is Texas Alliance of Land Grant Descendants. The second choice, Alliance for Amending Texas Land Grant Injustices. The third choice, Alliance for Researching Texas Land Grant Seizures. So I'm going to read them again. Yes, ma'am.
I have a question.
Sure.
I was looking at the names. Can you give us some kind of reasoning why, what the names,
Background on
the
it?
background on it, so that we could best select?
Okay, I'm going to try my best and I need to get some assistance here. So the Texas Alliance for Land Grant Descendants would be what we voted on. To me, it seems like what we just voted on in the very first option, very first numeral, okay?
Mexican land grant descendants? So there's a lot of land grant in Texas, the Texas, Spanish, and Mexican. And this one is radical land grant.
I think that's an option.
Can you repeat it?
If I might, the purpose behind being very global about this, because we don't shut out anybody. And the simplified version, in my opinion, Texas Alliance of Land Grant Descendants, lets us move in any direction we want. The other ones confine us a little bit. Okay? That's my opinion. Now, yes, Spanish and Mexican land grant, but once again, I saw an Anglo up in the northern part of Texas get his land taken away from it. So believe it or not, we're going to have some alliances in there somewhere beyond us. So my opinion is, and that's a good point, Donna, but I truly believe that the more we simplify it, the easier it's going to be to branch out and do whatever it is we want to do. So my opinion is the first one, the Texas Alliance for Land Grant Descendants. I'm going to let this one take it over.
So Miss Lady, Miss
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear what you said the first time.
Yolanda suggested that we would consider amending that, where we suggested Texas Alliance for Land Grant Descendants. And Mr. Paclon just explained why we felt that Texas Alliance was a more general description that we could be more encompassing using that line. Okay. And then Yolanda brought up the point that whether we were to amend that and call it, or make another recommendation, the Spanish and Mexican Alliance of Land Grant Descendants.
The only concern is that if you're given a Texas land grant, you're given that under common law. You're given Spanish or Mexican, you're given that under civil, Spanish civil law. And the other difference is in the legality of each one. Because I don't want to be, I don't want common law to be used on my land. Certainly not very separated.
Okay, so I think we're, with all respect, I think we want to continue with the vote. take a vote on the 3 or maybe the 4 recommendations that have been made up here. And let me start again. So the first recommendation is Texas Alliance for Land Grant Descendants. The second recommendation now is amended by, or was added by Yolanda Martinez, is the Spanish-Mexican Alliance for Land Grant Descendants.
Yolanda's concern is she doesn't want Spanish land grant treated like common law. Let me explain something to you. When we form the bylaws for the alliance, we're going to take care of that. Okay, that makes sense? Okay.
And I'm glad this happened because as we move down to one of the other items, you're going to see why it's really important to have somebody that has the scope of understanding that John has. Okay, so the other 2 items are the Alliance for Researching Texas Land Grant Seizures. Do we have any votes for that? And the 4th one is Alliance for Amending Texas Land Grant Injustices. Okay. So the first one, the Texas Alliance for Land Grant Descendants, is our choice. Okay, so we move on to number 3, and this is where we elect a chief executive for the Alliance, for the Texas Alliance of Land Grant Descendants. And there's John Falcón has been nominated to be our chief executive for the Alliance. And then we can have some recommendations from the floor as well. So, are there any recommendations from the floor? Yes. So, there's a second. There's a nomination from the floor that is Nick Bailly, correct, Ellen? And Jose Sierra. So we have 2 or 3 choices, Ellen. 2 choices. Okay, so the first one is for Mr. John Falcón as Executive Director of the Alliance. And the second choice is Nick Bailly and Jose Sierra. Okay, so let me go back and we'll show it, have a show of hands. Yes, ma'am. Okay, so now we have 3 choices. Yes, sir. Well, I think we were talking about this earlier this morning, and for some of us that have been working on this issue for quite some time, I think it's very important. Yes, sir.
You keep telling us that voting is very important, and you keep telling us that it's important that we go out and vote, and I think this falls hand in hand. I'm just as honest as you. Please tell me what qualifications they have, and I don't want to call it university here, but we're trying to plan that over the food. Explain to me what qualifications, legal qualifications they have to hold such an important position. I'm going to represent all these people. That's all I want to know.
Judge, I can't give you any legal response because I'm not legally trained, but I think that we're looking for a person that has a strong background in administrative matters. And in a very general sense, that's
Sir, I'm sorry, what is your name?
I'm Judge Gonzalez.
Very good, Judge. We're ever grateful for your comments. And let me say this about that. First of all, we unite land grant descendants, who represent land grant descendants, and from among us, we need to select those that we feel, as a group, are most qualified. Now, you certainly have the right to hear from each one of us, and I think that's a good point. So I'm going to offer that opportunity. The lady in the back will say, I won't forget, I'll just hang in there when I'm finished. I'll recognize you. But if you're asking for credentials, will you accept credentials verbally? Or are you demanding credentials in paper?
If we do that, then I suggest that they give not only work, we could put it down and have every member here. And our next meeting, we vote on that. I'm going to be young, with all due respect. But it seems to me that we're fighting an uphill battle with nobody that's representing us on the state level.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I heard very, very clearly from that gentleman over there. They have the state on their side, they have the law on their side, they have cookie policy.
I'm sorry, you heard that from who? Yeah.
Hey, it's no matter. It's about that they burned the courthouse down before everybody started doing this stuff. And I talked to many lawyers, they knew what I was doing, and they, oh yeah, about the real crooked, man. They burned the courthouse down. Come to find out in California, all that stuff. When they wanted something, they burned the courthouse down, and all the records were gone. And who ends up with the wrong end of the stick?
Right.
These fine people here.
Well, Judge, let me ask you a question. How would you propose to fund the next meeting?
How did you fund it?
Out of my pocket.
You're talking, but I'll be more than happy to donate.
Okay. Here,
in good conscience, I cannot vote for somebody that
the point that I'm making to you
the
is,
point that I'm making to you, sir, is what is their background? What qualifies them to represent me, or this gentleman, or this gentleman over here, or me and
they are heirs, not heirs, but they're descendants just like you are. Ma'am, go ahead, I'll recognize you.
Nobody said for you to vote on it. You need to have waited until we got to this part.
Man, I wanted to stop that before it got to that point. Okay. As the defendant, I cannot have that right. That's right.
We know that people we are voting for.
Excuse me. Excuse me, miss. Let me retake the floor. Miss. So, you take the floor. Yes, ma'am. Yeah. Sure. Exactly. So we have three names that have been brought to the floor. Yes, sir. Yeah. Yes. That's what we're going to do. Thank you. Okay, so we have three names that have been proposed for executive director, and those three gentlemen, those three persons are here. So we're going to ask each one of them to come up and to present why they feel that they should be considered or not be considered, and express their credentials. Thank you. So, yes, sir.
I have a nomination. I nominate Judge Gonzalez.
Okay. So let's start. I think we have Jose up here, and Jose will introduce himself and tell you about himself. Thank you.
Well, looks like we started the meeting, huh? All right. My name is Jose Sierra. I was born in Far, Texas, lived most of my life in Illinois. I'm 67 years old. And I am amazed at the passion we're having to elect one individual when I have been to commission meetings and people stood there and said nothing to those people. I'm not saying you, brother. I'm only saying in general. I wish I could see this fire over there in Austin. But you know what? If this is the start of something, maybe Mr. Falcone's got the right idea. Let's get together and show them this passion that you guys have, and let's do something other than argue about who is going to be the CEO and figure out how to beat Austin. Let me share this one more point and I'll get off. I am presently the spokesperson for Two Countries, One Line, and I appreciate that someone had the ability to be able to nominate me, but I'm going to reluctantly decline. But I'm going to say this to you to remind you of what you're in. Robert Kennedy, who would have been probably the greatest president that ever lived, had a great statement. When they asked him, when he was running for president, they asked him, why are you out in the streets with the people that are protesting? If you're running for president, these are the people that are arguing with the government about the war in Vietnam. His answer was, dissension is not only a right, it is a necessity to allow democracy to go in the right direction. Amen for speaking up, everybody. Thank you.
Gonzalez, will you honor us with your presence? Thank you.
Thank you for allowing me to speak. I've been a municipal judge for 12 years. I've gone to all the schools that they had as far as dealing with the public. After long hours of discussion with my wife, who is my greatest partner, I took up the teaching profession. I used to teach business law to the kids in Galena, Florida, Pasadena, and Challengeview. I have a great passion for this. When I was a veteran in Vietnam, combat decorator, I had 3 wishes that I wanted to do. The first wish was get out of there alive. Amen. The second wish was to serve the state of Texas. The other wish was that I own land in the state of Texas that I love so much. And I will tell you, as old as I am, which is 67 years old, gotten softer and old age is catching up with me, I I will never abandon the state of Texas. Where she fights, I will fight. Where she lies, I will. That was given to Robert E. Lee, to Abraham Lincoln. And that's a quote. I've also put many of people, but not behind bars, but not without compassion. And I heard this gentleman over here say that they don't fight in their own backyard. Well, it's time we've got somebody that will fight in their own backyard. I'm a Republican, and it doesn't matter if you're Republican or Democrat. I'm not here to address you guys as Democrat or Republican. I'm here to tell you that I will fight for everything that I possibly can. I'm a candidate for the 18th Congressional District in Houston, and let me tell you something. The biggest critic I ever have is my wife. But she knows I can do the job because I've been a successful judge, a successful teacher in high school. I know where our people are going. I know what they want to do as far as funding our kids, and it's not right. Somewhere along the line, when I went to Vietnam, we were known as Mexicans. When I came back, all of a sudden, I'm white. And that's got nothing to say about white people, because I met a lot of good white Marines, a lot of good black Marines, and a lot of good Mexicans who fought for this country and died. I will tell you that I will fight for everything I get if elected, because the election is the place to be. I don't care what anybody says. If we've got somebody in the state level that will fight for us, and that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to fight for you guys, because I have just as much to lose as you do. And it doesn't matter what color you are or what religion you are. I happen to be Roman Catholic. It's the principle of the thing that our ancestors got cheated out of their property. And I want to make sure that it goes back to who it belongs, including the mineral rights and the land.
So we have two more nominations that we're going to ask to come up and explain why they feel that they will serve us and what the credentials are. Mr. Nick Bain.
Born and raised in McAllen, Texas, I'm a retired Army and Navy veteran, and do have retired U.S. immigration. And thank you for somebody, Elmer, he was the name before Mr. Falcone, and I'll take it right now. I would not accept it, and pass it to President Holmes, Mr. Falcone.
So we have one more person that will come up and explain who he is and why he feels that he can serve us. Mr. John Redmond.
Folks, first, I want to give a lot of accolades to Judge Sam. What is your last name, Sam? Gonzalez.
Yeah, I know.
Sam, let me tell you, I can relate to a lot of what you said. I was born in Corpus Christi, Texas. We moved to Dallas, I lived in Dallas for a while, so I know what it's like to be a poor man kind of growing up in our environment. And I went to school, graduated, got drafted into the service, where I got an undergraduate degree in social sciences, and then I got a master's degree in administration. While I was in the service, I decided I wanted to fly. So I went to helicopter school, got ready in Vietnam. I learned what it's like to see death very close. So I can relate to what Judge Sam was talking about. When you see, you don't have family over there. So when you see your brother die right in front of you, it's difficult. You learn a lot about humanity, and that I appreciate about Judge Sam. Now let me tell you where I got the biggest grasp of scale. When I say say scale, I'm talking about size of tasks, organization of tasks, administrative tasks. I was appointed as an inspector general in the federal system. Does anybody know what an inspector general is? It is the worst SOB in the world, believe me. Our job was to go examine fraud, waste, and abuse in government. That was our job. So I have an enormous amount of experience in understanding a little bit about how to package problems that are bureaucratic, and how to deal with them. And I'm going to tell you, I wish I had Judge Sam if I am elected. I'm going to find a way to bring Judge Sam into this thing because we need all of the brain power. We need all of the experience. We need all of the wherewithal to do this. Now, do I have all the answers? Oh, hell no. I wish I did. I wish I had the legal making experience that Judge Sam did. When we discovered the package of findings, we would take them to the General Accounting Office, to the FBI, and to the Attorney General. That was our job. So, when I look at findings, which is what I gave when I testified before the Unclaimed No Proceeds Commission, I gave them data that I call findings. I can't interpret them from the legal standpoint. That's something the judge does. But when you're talking about scale, grasping, getting your hands around this thing, it's not simple. It's a big task. God has given me the wherewithal to be able to fund this meeting for you. And by the way, Mr. Shondoliata contributed $2,000 to the cost. We owe him a big The entire cost is $5,000 plus. And Judge, if you get elected, that's one of the things you got to do, is find a way to fund this thing. Now, for me to be able to tell you that I'm your best candidate, that's a judgment you have to pass in your mind. I have examined a lot about land grants. I could sit here and talk to you forever about discrimination factors that plague our race of people. From the 1800 and 1800 to really the 1950s. I can still remember in the 60s here in the county. After I was commissioned officer in service, I was a captain serving in San Antonio. I was shot down in Vietnam. I wounded in San Antonio. I was assigned to San Antonio for recovery. And in recovery, I was assigned to the 507th Air Ambulance Company. We used to go pick up civilian casualties off the highways. It was just practice for us. And of course, I was not a medical act pilot, but because I was a pilot, I had to give my flying hours, so I was assigned to the company. Let me tell you what I saw there. They used to have a meeting of officers in the morning, and I'm a little lighter complected than most of us. And except for my nose, if you pay close attention to my nose, you can see the Spaniards and the Indian background, but nonetheless, I guess I was not received as a Hispanic. We have to provide people for details, like picking cigarettes off here, picking trash off the road, and doing this and doing that. One morning they asked for 5 people that go shovel the horse stable. Yeah. One, the guy that was doing the appointing, looked at the group and said, you know, that's the most indignant job that they can ask any human being to do. They ought to hire 5 Mexicans to go shovel that horse down. Well, he didn't know that I was Hispanic. So I let him finish, and then asked him for a shovel, which I was doing in jest. what I was saying, and I told him that I'm Hispanic, so then he apologized, of course. But those are things that I have experienced in my lifetime. And those are things that I wish somehow we could find a way within the system to fix them, to redress them. Now, I wish that I had all the answers, but I don't. But I can tell you right now, the very first point is to get organized into a unit. One alliance that can speak for all of us. You've got to have an executive director for it. And then we've got to have others that fall underneath it. So, if anyone has any questions for me, by all means, I'll take them now. Yes, ma'am.
We were at the meeting in the town.
No, ma'am.
No, you were.
Oh, yeah.
No, we were.
Yes, ma'am.
We had a meeting over there last time. And we went and, the thing is that, is this meeting day for, I mean, I know we're talking about schooling and
No. No, there's two, I'm glad you said that. There's two objectives, and I'm getting aside from the focus right now. The focus right now is to get your qualifications right to be the executive director. But let me say, the two objectives of this conference is one, to form an alliance so we can have one central voice to deal with the state. I've had to do it alone, and it's tough. So I understand exactly what one way was saying. So when we form an alliance, it doesn't mean that the organizations, it's like two countries, one life, they've been doing a heck of a job. And there's other organizations, even like Power. They're not to say that those organizations will do what they're going to do, what they're doing now. They continue. We simply form an alliance and have one voice and have the strength of unity. That's one. The second one is, they have made a recommendation from the Unclaimed Property Commission, this is under House Bill 7.4, to appoint a legislative committee. This is something the Speaker of the House and the Lieutenant Governor are supposed to do. To appoint a legislative committee to hear the complaints of the injustices that were done in Tejano landowners. So,
but we already know that. I mean, what's the difference from, I know that the Chinese have been fighting this for a very, very long
yeah.
time. What's the difference from then to now? I mean, what has changed?
One voice, one alliance, because when you get letters from all over the state coming to the state legislature, it's going to have an impact that we don't have privately. That's the answer to your question. Okay. She said, what is the difference between what we're trying to do today and what happens in each section, in each organization that's functioning for the same purposes? And what I'm saying is that the purpose behind it is to be able to have one voice, a standard letter that goes out to all representatives, state representatives, state legislators from the counties that are represented here, to be able to gain a little bit more strength politically. And it's not going to happen until 2016, 2018. Look, Joe Sierra has got a riveting presentation for you. We need to get there. We need to get past this to get there. Because when you hear what he's got to say, you're going to understand some of the things that Nick and Joanna were saying. And why it is that we have to have a way to pull this together. I think it'll make sense to you. So Joe needs to be able to deliver. So let's get there. Okay? Any other questions?
So this alliance is supposed to, at the end, probably try to find a representative to enact a bill for compensation. What is the end result of your alliance?
Well, we can do a bunch of things. And yeah, and answer your question, that's a possibility. Yes, no question. That can happen. Yes, ma'am.
Why can't we elect two chiefs?
I'm sorry?
Can it be possible that we could elect two chiefs for the alliance?
Is
Like
it possible
Judge
we can
Gasol
elect,
and you?
that we can elect two chief executives?
Yes.
You can elect probably one and maybe a
gonna be two chiefs,
Yeah.
two
There you
chiefs,
go.
and one president.
Sure.
president, one judge. Why not? There's plenty of chiefs. You want one voice for everybody. You know,
It does provide a good check and balance, personally.
A lot of times it takes two heads.
Yeah.
Sure.
And two
Yes, ma'am.
chiefs, one strong and.
this young lady just took my thunder because I was going to suggest that the two of you work together. And because it is a huge job.
Yes.
If one of you couldn't be there, the other could. And yet you could bounce
One back up the other one. You got it back one.
Okay, the answer to that question is, I presume there can be a vice chairman. Okay, there could be a director and a vice director, a vice chairman and vice chairman. But for your information, the executive committee, which is yet to come, will actually approve. They'll watch over what happens with the executive director, so nothing goes awry. Now, can two of us, I don't know, I would presume, Mr. Sam, do you have any problem with that? Is that it?
No, sir.
Very good.
All right.
Personally, I like that, okay?
All right.
He's spunky. I think if he's as tough on the state as he is on us, then we got something to gain. Okay, it's been recommended that we table this until after the presentation. So this way you can see what Joe's got to say and the impact it's going to make on us, okay? So, if you think we can have a very quick vote, we'll do it now. Okay, let's do it right now.
We got one more nomination from the floor. That was for Ms. Gloria Giddens. Gloria? Gloria has been also nominated to be chairman.
Mr. Gonzalez, you and I have a lot in common. And I say this, in my background, I've got a degree in criminal justice with a minor in ethnic studies. I also was a police officer in the street for quite a few years. Then I also was a parole officer for the state of Texas. Then I became a parole board commissioner for the state of Texas. I was nominated by President Clemens as a Republican, a very strong Republican, and I worked under him as well as I worked under Ann Richards. I also was George Bush co-chairman for his election, traveled with him for 2 years, and I got South Texas to vote for him. I'm very politically inclined. I've got about 45 years of research in Spanish language issues, and I don't know if, and let me say this again, the very people that you put in prison, I decided either to release them or kept them in prison, or as well as signing the warrants, death execution warrants. That is my background. I'm retired at this point. Right now, my whole interest is in running cattle and horses. That's what I'm interested in, as well as giving 100% on my continuation of research with the land grant. One thing that I want to say is that there's awful lot of information that is out there that really needs to be put together correctly. Mr. Barbon I've really handed to him for bringing us together. He has understood exactly all the issues. He's still learning, but I also want to know that whoever we decide to put on there, that they have a good grasp about where we're going and how we're doing it and how we're going to get there. And I'm going to plug this a little bit, and I know this is not part of my background, although it is that I'm very politically inclined to do things politically. Like I was one of the very first females to run in a public office in Nueces County as a Hispanic Republican. I was also the first Hispanic female ever to sit on the Texas Board of Pardons and Parole. And after that, I fought with a Hispanic female to sit on boards in Austin when it came to Republican females. I do like working in the political arena, but I also like to know that whoever I sit with, or I sit on boards or commissions, that whoever's on those boards know what they're talking about. Otherwise, I'll have nothing to do with it. But right now, with this alliance forming, this is the best thing that could ever happen to us. We've got some awesome people in line with this alliance. There's groups out there that are very strong, that are coming under the fold. So that's all I really have to say. And I also, when it comes to voting, please, let's unite. Be a Republican, be a Democrat. If the Republican is like, for Nueces County, I'm very strong here, but if it's the Republicans that need to get together with Democrats to put the right president in office, then I'll cross over to the Democratic side. I have no qualms doing that. And I'm hoping that if we get the right president in office, that the Democrats will come around and come over to the Republican side. There's none of this thing of pulling the palanca, that's the old way of thinking, but you know, something needs to be done to a point where it has to have attention from the Hispanic vote, and we have the numbers, just that we don't vote. So that's all I have to say.
Okay, so this item has been moved until after Mr. Jose Sierra does his presentation. Okay, so we're moving on to the item number 4. Is where we are going to select an executive committee, and there are some names that have already been brought forward, and we'll also accept nominations from the floor. Yes, sir.
I just have a question. How many of these people that are already nominated, what groups are they from? Are they from one group or from different groups? Different groups. Well, can they explain which groups they're from?
They can each come up and say something.
Okay, so the nominations are Mr. Mentali, Ms. Tina Hellington, she couldn't be with us here today. On the executive director? Okay. So we're moving back to item number 3, and then we're going to take a vote. We're going to take a break. So we're going to vote now on, again, am I correct, you withdrew your... Okay. All right. So we have 2 candidates, John Falcon, and we'll show a sign of hands, please. What we're talking about is we're voting for the chief executive. So Mr. John Falcon. Okay. Just for the record, Judge Gonzalez. Okay. Yes. So the show of hands indicates that John Falcon is our executive director. Yes, Judge.
If I could ever be a service to you, sir, it would be my honor to help.
Sam, I expect that we will be working together, and I can promise you I like your spunk. So let me say this about that. You automatically become the vice chairman. Now, when I die or get sick, you're the man. And I'm happy that I got you with me, man. Well, that's all right, I appreciate that. Let's take a break, you guys, for 10 minutes, please. Sam, let's finish. Please come back and resume section 15, please. Thank you.
Even when I was in college, one of my professors said, you need you'll never amount to well, I'll change mine. I'll change yours to Maria. You change yours to Maria. When I was little, I did.
The teachers were massive in Marcella,
anything. Para ellos. You know, they're teaching spelling and...
Qué mal educado. Mal educado.
All this pressure.
And the letters going to them, the letters going. Bueno, Gloria, hablamos. Mucho gusto. Consuelo. Una amiga mía que se llamaba Raquel, se llama Rachel. Pues sí.
Ya tomaste ese guachán.
Well, sir, congratulations.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
That was an excellent recommendation. That was an excellent
And someone said, well, you know what? We're thinking outside the box.
Yeah, which I think worked great. Thank you.
You take care.
My daughter.
Hi.
How are you?
Pleased to meet you.
Thank you so much.
You're welcome.
Stay in touch.
I will. I will.
Yes, ma'am.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Okay, we'll talk to you in a moment.
All right.
And forming the own voice. We also have an access to the state. By sending the center of the lake. So we've got a lot of drawing. We got a draft tomorrow. We got a draft tomorrow. Both by law has got to work on the ranges. It's got to be legal, wild. They take off this but we're way off. I would say that again. But our objective is to advance the goal of land grant tenants. Our cause is to looking for nothing. If there's an incentive to go forward, and look what we've got to go around the architecture. Now with this conference, one formula line, we don't have a line for anything. Second, to create a database which we capture and register of people that we can send out mass mailing tools. Or just send out letters so they can send their stuff like that.
Okay. So can everybody take their seats again? Can we close the doors back there? This is one of the most important parts of being here today, and I don't think that you're going to be disappointed. I think you're going to find it very valuable. Are most of us here, or are we trying to get the people from the outside into the room? Okay. So, I want to introduce to you a gentleman that I have witnessed two of his presentations, two of his explanations about some very important information that his family have been working on, and they've uncovered. Mr. Joe Sierra. Joe.
Thank you. Let's see if you guys can hear me there. I am Jose Sierra Jr. I am the spokesperson for Two Countries, One Life. What we are about to unfold to you today is probably going to shock you and amaze you, because I don't care how old you are, you've never heard this before, unless you were at my last meeting. But I want to introduce who we are, and that is going to be Elmer Sierra, and he's going to speak to you now. Come on. Okay, and let's start with Arnulfo. Arnulfo, when you're done, Elmer can say a few words. This is Arnulfo Sierra. He is the manager of Two Countries, One Life. Give him a big one.
Gracias. Buenas tardes. Good afternoon. Primos, descendants. Mr. Ramon, muchas gracias for inviting us and putting all this together. Great crowd. Good crowd. I am Arnulfo Sierra, manager of Two Countries, One Life. I put up events. I'm involved with politics. I'm involved with the injustice of all the descendants of all the migrants. And this is what we're fighting for. One of the things that I want to talk about is that we need to stop talking about monies. We need to start talking only about injustice. We talk about the injustice, and when we prove that, the money will follow. When we talk about money first, it becomes a negative picture to all people that do not understand what our descendants, we have been through. And it's a message that is very positive, and I hope you, all of us, we start talking that way. Also, I would like to mention this and have a remembrance of two people that have passed away. Ali Shapiro and Jamie. Renee herself. They're two people, descendants, that have just passed away recently, and these people, especially Ali Shapiro, she was a very good crusader. She spoke in the Austin Committee of Unclaimed Mineral Rights. She spoke right before I spoke, and very intelligent person, very intelligent, and be an investigation for that. It's necessary because we cannot have people dying just like that. She was a doctor and she ended up being poisoned or something like that. And Jamie Renee Bissell is the daughter of Tina Hetherington. Tina Hetherington, my heart goes out to her also. And the surviving family, she left a 1-year-old son. He just passed away Friday, August 7th. And these are people that were involved in the injustice, like we all are. And I think we should take a little moment here of silence and remembrance and prayer. May they be with God and Savior, our Savior. Palmer, are you around?
I'm right in front of you.
I'll talk about Gloria Gibbons was talking about uniting the Republican and Democrat vote. And she was right. She and I are working on that. But also, even furthermore, we should awaken the Latino vote, the dormant Latino vote. A very large percentage does not vote for Latino. We can become a very large bloc. Make no mistake, we need representation in the state of Texas, Washington, to prevail with our injustice. And we can become a very important bloc in politics by uniting and prevailing in the injustice, not only in the land grant injustice, all injustice being done. And there is quite a bit that's happening throughout the United States. Furthermore, and I say this with all honesty in my heart, we need to make people understand that we are Americans. All we want is our constitutional rights. We believe in America and we believe in the Constitution, saying that we want justice for our land grants, descendants, ancestors, once and for all. We are Americans, and I'm proud to be an American. Elmer? Yeah.
Okay.
What we're going to present here is a very extensive presentation of what we have accumulated in our research. It is going to be a lot of information, a lot of history. I hope you people brought pencils and notebooks with this. You want to write some of this information down. It'll be very driven, very breathtaking on the information that you're going to be given here, and you're in for a surprise. We've got quite a bit of these presentations, and we have gotten a very big response out of the information and positive, and that's why we're doing practically a presentation once a week, every week. Later on, I might as well mention since Elmer's still busy. We do have next weekend a presentation in McAllen Library. That one runs from 2 to 5. Excuse me, 1 to 5. On a Saturday, next Saturday, the 22nd. On the 12th of September, we have also a presentation in San Antonio Library, the Central Library. And that one runs from 1 to 5. We are going to be doing this, like I said, once a week. We're looking into Laredo. If anybody here is from Laredo, please talk to me, because I am looking to get an auditorium, a library. Usually, two countries, one night, we're operating on solely our own money, pretty much. And we're asking for donations for this purpose. We'll get into that later on. And also the plans that we have. Plan A and Plan B. We will get into that. Elmer, you said? We're looking for an activist. I think everybody knows her. Her name is Eva Longoria, okay? And does anybody know any of her family? She's also a land grant descendant, from what I understand. And we're wanting to talk to her. Agustin Moreno?
Please contact him.
Contact him, talk to him if anybody knows of any of that family. So,
Augustine, stand up, please. If anybody recognizes the Longoria family, please have them contact that man. Thank you.
again, I'd like to thank Mr. Falcon. He did a great job in with this. And it did come out of his pocket, and he did a great job, and he had help with orchestrating all of this.
You volunteered to pay for the next one.
The next three. Anyway, here's a man that works with us. He's a manager also, and also a father of 2 countries, 1 life, Elmer Sierra. He works with our communication for the first time. For the first time, we're live on YouTube because of his actions, and that's quite an accomplishment.
Right now, we're being broadcast worldwide. This conference is being broadcast as we speak. First of all, I'd like to thank Mr. Falcone for having 2 countries going over. Thank you very much. And I'd like all of you to thank you for attending. You know, one very important thing to know is that each one of us, our families, each family has a story to tell. And it's very important for you guys to find that, because you will be surprised to find out what happened in your family's past. And me investigating my family, basically it led up to what we discovered about everything that Josie was about to talk about. It was just a little sliver of evidence that this snowballed into something that was real big. And actually, at the meeting with McFly, we were the first to look at this in the 2012 meeting in McAllen, and he showed it to the audience, and there wasn't really any reaction. Nobody didn't realize what we had there. And I know for many years it was just like a thorn on my side. I had to find out why this was here, why we didn't know more about it. And what it was is during the Mexican-American War, the U.S. soldiers took all our families, cattle, horses, pigs, goats, chickens. They took everything. There was a whole list. They took all our livelihood from us. It wasn't like we were industrialists. We were ranchers, farmers, and they took that away from us. And everything was listed there. I recognize the handwriting that was done by Stephen Powers. At that time, I knew that President Polk had appointed him to work with the Flames. So I went to Washington and we started investigating this. I was expecting not to find anything. I thought Stephen Powers just wrote this thing up and, just threw it in the trash can. So, and it really proved something very important. Next thing I want to talk about is, as a communications director, I'm not just involved in locally or even state. We're working with an organization called the Spanish American Land Grants of New Mexico, Colorado. And right for every land grant in the United States, from Texas to California, all the way to Idaho, will all be attending. And that will be on the 24th, 25th, and 26th of September. And there's a fee of $150. That fee will go to paying some of your room rent and your meals. And you could contact Frank Rio, and I don't know, I can't see his website address there. Or you can contact me. There's my phone number, and I will give you more information on it at the website. There's websites. He's on Facebook. They have their own Old Spanish Mexican Land Grants of New Mexico on Facebook, and they have the Borderland Conference also on Facebook. So there's a lot of information out there on attending this first of its kind national meeting of all the land grant areas. All right. Thank you very much.
This meeting was being recorded for our friends and family that could not come. Can you tell us how they can locate that? Is it on YouTube?
It's on YouTube. It's the Spanish and Mexican Land Grant Meeting, Corpus Christi, live. So you just type up those keywords. Even after this meeting is done, it'll be already recorded. So if you want to watch it later on tonight, I know it's going to be a long meeting. I don't know if you can stand watching 6 hours of a meeting or not, but it'll be there. Any other questions?
What was that again? On YouTube?
Okay, let me repeat it's Spanish and Mexican Land Grant Meeting, Corpus Christi, Texas, live. Those are the key words, and you should be able to find it on YouTube. And you don't have to be a member. Yeah. Okay, sir, you have a question over there? Ma'am. May I help? Yes, ma'am.
I do. I'm a people here, I'm not student.
He'll come to you, ma'am. He'll come to you.
Okay, you need to come to me because I think my daughter knows her.
Okay.
You know where they're from here?
Yes.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Any other questions for these two fine men? Yes, go ahead, ma'am.
There has a meeting in 2 weeks in San Antonio, is that correct? What day is that? Friday or Saturday or Sunday?
Arugo has that answer for you.
San Antonio is on the 12th of September, and it's from 2 to 5 p.m.
In the main library,
It's
many libraries.
The Central Library.
Central Library.
Thank you for that.
McAllen is on the 22nd, and that was for 4 hours between 1 and 5 p.m. at the McAllen Library also. We'll, at our website, we'll notify about the Laredo. I'm aggressively looking at that one. Any questions? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Okay, you came for a great meeting, and we're going to raise that up a couple of notches. And I'm the kind of guy that talks to people, but I want you to talk back to me. If I say anything during this presentation that you don't agree with, that you think is wrong, please feel free to raise your hand, and I will call on you, and you can let me have whatever you got. Because this is about exchanging ideas in a huge conversation that we're going to have. But first of all, we thanks again for John Falcone. Amazing that he is the reason that I am committed to this very day for 40 years. He has taught me a lot. And what I'm going to share with you tonight, hopefully you will go and teach your families what I have given you today. Okay, this is our logo, Dos Países Una Mentira, 2 countries, 1 lie. We have 2 websites. And those websites Are run by Elmer. He's our head communications guy. So if you want to jump on there, we have a Facebook page and we have other things that you can, historical stuff that you might find interesting. Elmer's always got stuff on there that's up to date and informative for you. All right, Elmer, next slide. This is a slideshow. You're going to see a lot of information. Most people that leave our meetings are overwhelmed by information, but they don't leave their seats because they want to hear what the next slide is going to tell you. This is going to be something that's shocking. This is going to be something that the three of us have researched, and this is going to be something that's not going to make you happy. You're going to be angry when you see this. Be prepared to finally know the whole truth of what happened to your ancestors' lands. Again, those are the three of us. Go ahead next. Oh, before we go to the next one. Before I start, this is okay. Can you guys hear me on this? I don't know if this wireless mic's working or good.
Take the mic.
Take the mic?
I'll put it out.
All right. Before I start, go. Okay. I don't know. I don't know where they're at, but that's okay. The clicker is gone. All right. I want to ask everybody, what country or what person do you think is responsible for your ancestors losing their land? Somebody tell me, what country do you think was the reason that your ancestors lost their lands? United States? Mexico? Anything else? Texas is a state, not a country. Go ahead. Germany. Oh, you must have seen one of my other meetings. Okay, you cheated at me. This is who is responsible for your ancestors losing your lands. And if you don't believe that, stick around. It's going to shock you. The reason you lost your lands is because of this country and that dictator named Adolf Hitler. You may not believe that at this moment in time, but I'm going to give you a scene of a crime. Your ancestors losing their lands is nothing more than a fraud that was created by the United States of America. And I've got proof. How's that? That help you out a little bit? And I have heard every story in Texas for the last 6 months I've been here, and I didn't know it 6 months ago. And when I discovered what I'm about to tell you in full, it blew everybody's mind. The first thing I want to tell you is this. I'm going to start with the next slide. This is the history of your mother and father and grandfathers and grandparents. Historical 1700s to 1800s was when this whole land grant thing was going on. And I specifically belong to the Colossus land grant and the Bailly somehow. But that's not important because this organization is fighting for all 433 land grants. And you're going to understand why at the end of this meeting. Next slide. Everybody knows about the Mexican-American War and when it happened. And you know what the particulars were about that. It was a very difficult time. I'm limited for time because my presentation usually takes about 2.5 hours. And I know you guys are all going to hear a long day. So I'm going to try to cut short. But if there's any questions, feel free to jump out and let me hear it. Next slide. This is when your whole problem started, is when your ancestors were living on your ancestral land grants, and this happened. This was the United States of America and Mexico, and they made a deal. They made a deal to say that Texas no longer was Mexico territory, that it was now going to be part of the United States of America. How did that play with your ancestors? Well, let me see. Before Mexico, before France, Spain, there was France. So some of your ancestors started out with French territory, went to Spanish territory, went to Mexican territory, and now it's going to be American territory within maybe 1 or 2 generations. You think that was hard? You better believe it was hard, because nobody could speak the languages of all those countries at one time, because the United States was coming in with a whole different set of rules, and your ancestors probably couldn't speak English, they couldn't read English, and they couldn't write English. Matter of fact, the literacy rate was probably very, very, very high, illiteracy. Nobody could read or write to begin with. So that puts them at a little bit of a disadvantage. This tree, next slide please, this tree had some language in it. And let me tell you, I know this is a poor copy. Trust me, I want all of you to go home and check everything I've told you tonight, because it'll blow your socks off and realize that this is a true story. There's only 2 things you need to know about this, actually 3, but I'll get into the first 2 of why the Treaty of Guadalupe is important to you. Because in there, it had Articles 8 and 9. And in the 8 and 9, it assured that your ancestors would not only keep their land, but become U.S. citizens if they stayed on the land for 12 months. Did I say stay U.S. citizens? I mean become U.S. citizens? Yes. That's what Article 8 and 9 in the Treaty of Guadalupe states, that if you stay on the land for 12 months, you are automatically a U.S. citizen. Keep that in mind, because at the end of this session, I'm going to show you something that's going to relate to this. Now, there was an Article 10 in there. The rest of it was just two-country, talk that made it, a treaty. But Article 10 is interesting. When you look at the Treaty of Guadalupe, go to the next page, I think it's in it. It's going to show you that there's no Article 10, but there was an Article 10. Article 10 was a guarantee for those people's safety and well-being, and they were protected by the United States of America. Unfortunately, next slide. Unfortunately, this is the treaty language here. It's in Spanish and English. That guarantee was stricken out before they passed the bill in 1848 by the Congress of the United States, because they didn't feel that they wanted to protect your ancestors. If you don't believe that, stick around. It's going to get better.
Joe,
yes?
Can you ask Elmer to see if he can zoom in on that so we can read it?
Is there a way we can get a tighter shot?
Zoom in.
All this information that we have on there, I have right here in front of me. You are welcome to come up to this after this meeting. Every document you see there is here on this table. We have many documents for you to look at. For the sake of time, I'm going to have to get going because I know we're pressed here. So Article 10 was stricken out because they didn't want to protect these people or their rights to this land, but they gave them the ability to stay on the land for 12 months. And if they did it, they became U.S. citizens automatically. You got to remember that, because this is important. Next slide, please. From 1848, when the treaty was ratified, to 1853, there was nothing but problems. There was people claiming this and claiming that. Our ancestors were trying to figure out who to talk to, because these two countries made a fast deal. Mexico dumped them, and the United States took them, but they didn't want them because they were all Mexicans, and there was nothing but Anglos to talk to. The problem is, it took 5 years for a treaty to be called a Gadsden Agreement, and that Gadsden Agreement was nothing but good place. People had boundary issues, it was a mess. So your ancestors are sitting there, and they can only speak one language. Oh, okay. And the bottom line is this. They had nobody to listen to them. Because these people that were now on that tierra were U.S. citizens. And guess what? Mexico left them there. So these Hispanic people, these Tejanos, your grandfathers and great-grandmothers, so many times removed, went to everybody and said, hey, this is wrong. And they didn't care. with a 6-gun. And Hispanics were not well received after the Mexican-American War. Next slide, please. So keep in mind, the Treaty of Guadalupe Hidalgo had guarantees taken out, and the Article 8 and 9 are still in there. That treaty was ratified and passed, that your ancestors would be U.S. citizens after 12 months, and that language is still there today. Next slide. Oh, sorry. Okay, let me see if I can move this here. Am I going the right way? Okay. This is the General Claims Commission of 1868, and it went to about 1934. Now, for those of you that don't know what the General Claims Commission was, it was United States and Mexico representatives that were gathered around to hear nothing but complaints of your ancestors who had nobody who would listen to them. Mexico and the United States got together in 1868 and said, you know what, we got to do something. These people are claiming that they lost their land, they were stolen, they got robbed, there was nothing but problems. So we're going to try to figure out if they're telling the truth.
Just like today.
Just like today. But it was worse. You see, you can read and write, and you can speak English, but they couldn't. This General Claims Commission was interesting because, you see, this went on, look at the years, 1868 to 1934, and guess what they did? Nothing. They heard your complaint. We have documents. Elmer went to the Library of Congress. He's got documents where it shows that these people were investigated, and they said these people are telling the truth. Their land was stolen. And they said, well, we have to give them a settlement because their land was stolen. We'll give them some money. Money we got. So for, I don't know how many years that is, you can do the math, it's a long time. People were frustrated. Generations were coming and going and nothing was done. By the way, what do you think your ancestors were? What do you think your relatives were doing right at that time, between those years? Were they on their lands? No, because in the first maybe 15, 20 years, most of them, I'd say 90% of them, your ancestors lost their land in one way or another. Either through a word called chicanery. And chicanery is nothing more than deceptive practices and trickery. And, you know, when the Anglo was moving in, Hispanics were still hated. And at that point in time, not too many judges were on our side, or in our court. We lost a lot of those early challenges because we couldn't speak English, we couldn't read and write, and we didn't know the system. But they did. And if they didn't get what they wanted, it resorted to violence. As Mr. Falcone spoke about early on, there's a lot of what they call systematic prejudicial situations with these people that they didn't have a chance. Your ancestors struggled and fought, but they didn't have a chance. So this went on for that many years, and guess what? They had nowhere to go but Mexico because nobody was listening to them in the United States. Why? Let me see if I can remember this part. Okay. In I think I passed this up. So please forgive me. I just got here from Illinois. I even had a chance to rehearse this. By the way, this is the Claims Commission here is in I want to say 1855. There was something very interesting that happened that maybe some of you have heard of. Has anybody ever heard of the Greaser Act? Anybody hear that? Greaser Act? 1855. Why would they start something called the Greaser Act? California started that because they didn't want Mexicans in California. 1848, Treaty of Guadalupe was signed. 1855, they're passing laws against greasers who are Mexicans. And they were arrested and harassed to get out of California. We were not exactly the most wanted people. But let me tell you something. These people were noble people, your ancestors. They played by the rules, they did the right things, and they were not confrontational. Have you noticed? This is the most confrontation I've seen in Texas in 6 months, and I see it here at Corpus Christi. They knew your nature. They knew that you wouldn't put up a stink, that you wouldn't come back and with a gun and kill somebody. They took your land, I'm talking your ancestors, and they knew nothing was going to happen. Even though some of our ancestors tried, it didn't happen. This General Claims Commission was run by these two men. I had to come up here of their names, but I don't think it's that important because they didn't do anything either. So the bottom line is this. Your ancestors struggled and fought, and nobody helped them, and they kept complaining in Mexico most of the time because the United States wouldn't listen to them. Do you feel that they had a chance to get their issues on the table? I don't think so. By the way, the guy on the left is Mexican President Alvaro Obregón, and that's Calvin Coolidge on the other side. They were the presidents at the time when that all went down. Okay, so the General Claims Commission was full of surprises, full of problems, and nobody was happy. What happens now? We speed the clock up a little bit, and my clicker is not working here for some reason. Elmer, am I doing this right? Can you control it? Give me to the 23 convention, Elmer, if you can.
Joe.
Yes.
We can take a break right now. You guys don't you get the technical aspect of it?
Yeah, but we're going
10 minutes, we'll be back.
Okay. They want to put a break on. I hate that. We usually don't take breaks, but I understand this whole situation. Stay tuned. There's a 10-minute break. If you guys could give us a time, maybe we can straighten out a few of these things. But the best is yet to go. Don't go away. Okay, this information I have here, you know what, when I get done, if you give us okay, you haven't seen everything yet. We've got so much information. We can get you a copy of this. If you leave your name with it, we'll make sure we get it for you and send you a copy. And this is the documents we're showing. That's what you want, right? We did do that. Same thing. Make sure you leave in your name. Okay? Because even if your name is, whatever, like Sierra, there's no land grant state Sierra. I go to Tabasco and País. No, this is the show.
It's really certain.
Everybody can take your seats, please. Please take your seats. Elmer, are you here, Elmer? Is the clicker working? Okay. Yeah, I think so. I don't know where it's at. Oh, you've got it? Okay. Yeah, I'm going to use it. Go ahead.
Folks, I want to take 30 seconds to recognize somebody very key to us. Our day, would you please stand up? I want you to turn around and look at this guy. He saved us $1,000, boys. We got to remember this guy for future contributions to the kingdom of man.
All right. Next on the right. All right. I know everybody drove a long way, so I'm going to try to rush this out here until you guys can get home. I'll wait a few seconds here, let everybody sit down. Oh. Pardon? Oh, it's all right. I know. Is it working? Is it good? Good? All right. All right. This is the United Nations Treaty of 1923 between Mexico and the United States. Remember I told you the claims commissions were going on for 40, 50, 60, 70 years. Nobody could get anything resolved. They finally said, let's get the two countries together, Mexico and the United States, and they said, let's make sure we get this done. because too many people have complained, lost their lands, and it's getting too far out of hand, so they had to do something. All right, so what did they do? Well, what they did was try to get, I know you can't read this, but I'm going to try to move this a little bit further here. What they tried to do was, too far. What they tried to do is they tried to create a fair and equitable settlement for the people that lost their lands. Because by now, you're talking 1923, the King Ranch is the King Ranch, Kennedy Ranch is the Kennedy Ranch, and so on, and they ain't going nowhere. Even though a lot of those people, I'm not saying that they did or didn't, but a lot of it was stolen land. A lot of it was absorbed land. A lot of it was squatted land. A lot of it was cheated land. It goes on and on and on. Well, if you look at that, they had to come up with, if your ancestor had a parcel of land, portiones, they had to figure out what is it worth. This document I'm holding in my hand is a document, a copy of the document, the original document, that was negotiated between Mexico and the United States for the value of your ancestors' lands. They had one person from the Netherlands, and that person was a referee to make sure that whatever Mexican delegate versus the delegates from the United States came up with was fair to both sides. So this person was like a referee to make sure that the value of your land, your ancestors' land, was fair market value. I've got everybody's porciones in here. There's 433. And I'm going to just read, and someone has brought this to my attention. They think I'm up for the Cavazos land grant. No, I am attached to the Cavazos land grant. This organization is fighting for all 433 land grants. We're the only organization that's doing that. We're the only organization that are fighting for not only the land, but the mineral rights that attach to those lands, claimed and unclaimed, which no one else is doing in the state of Texas or anywhere else. And also the injustices that, like Mr. Falcone has testified to. Because we feel those three things were the wrong that was done to your families. And you know what? This convention was supposed to right some of those wrongs. The 1923 convention. Unfortunately, their agreements were finalized and given to both sides and said, okay, you know what? It equates to $193 million. And this was supposed to go to all of the Mexican, Spanish, land grant descendants and divided up fair and equitably. I'll use mine, Jose Narciso Cavazos. He owned 605,000 acres, and it was worth $12,100,000 of 1923 money, which would be in the billions today. But we never got anything, because that treaty was ratified in 1923. His clicker is not working. And, okay, let's go this way. This treaty is very important because in this treaty, I can't show you the language, but it's up here if you want to read it. I'm going to tell you what the language said. The language said that whatever the United States and Mexico agree on, that they would honor that agreement of whatever those land grants value were, and that your ancestor would be paid within 30 days the value of that land in gold or silver. And if they did it, that ancestor would get his land back. That language is in this treaty. So everybody was happy. Finally, justice. Finally, we're going to get what we were supposed to get for our lands. As you well know, it didn't happen. 23 came and went, and your ancestors got nothing, even though the language in that treaty said that you were supposed to be given the value of that land. Nothing happened from 1923 to 1934 until this happened. In 1934, they had an election in Mexico. I'm going to tell you something. I studied this man. I read his biography. I didn't know anything about Lázaro Cárdenas. Cárdenas, I don't know. How do you say it? Cárdenas. I apologize. Lázaro Cárdenas is an interesting guy because you see, this man, this thing's got a little pause here, was a general in the Zapata and Pancho Villa armies. This man was an important man, Lázaro Cárdenas. Some of you have never even heard of him. Some of you have. But some of you, or a lot of you, don't know too much about what he did that is going to affect you and your families today. Because this man was a people's president. They loved this guy. Matter of fact, when he ran for president, I think I got it up here, he overwhelmingly won the election in Mexico with 2,000,000 votes, and the nearest guy to him had 2,500 votes. That's how overwhelming they wanted Cárdenas. And what happened is he wanted reform in Mexico. You need to know this because this is going to affect you really right to the heart of what this is all about, Texas. When this man turns around and says, I'm going to fight for my Mexican nationals, and I'm going to do the right things for them. But he started running into problems. Because you see, he was a people's president. He was a president that wanted to do the right things for Mexicanos. And the ancestors were coming to him and complaining, hey, the 23 convention, you people signed Mexico, you guys signed that treaty, we never got our money. Who is talking? Your ancestors. And they're telling Cárdenas an earful, and he goes, hey, what are you guys giving to me? I'm not your president. You guys are all American citizens. Go back there. But nobody listens to us. They don't care. The problem is, he did try to go to the United States. He went to them and he appealed to the United States to do something because he was elected in 1934. The problem is, the United States said, you know what? Sorry. We're too busy. We'll look at it. We'll get back to you. He was not happy when he heard that because the United States was playing their game too with these poor descendants trapped in the middle. Even though the convention was signed, remember that 23 convention was signed and sealed by both countries that this money was going to be given to those people. They both reneged. They both didn't give anybody a dime. But the people are still alive and they're still complaining, and they're going to only one president now because in the United States they're going through the court systems and they're losing one case after another to the Anglos. That's what your ancestors faced. They fought, but they didn't have a chance. They couldn't speak English, but you can. They couldn't read or write, but you can. And they tried as hard as they could, and they lost. And they died without their land or getting compensation. But this tragedy gets worse when this man does it the next day. Because of the situation with the United States, Cardenas was involved with a problem with the oil companies, of all things, oil companies from foreign countries, including the United States. He came out and got involved. As a matter of fact, there was a huge lawsuit. The year is still 1938. And he's telling those oil companies, hey, you gotta do the right thing here. These people, these Mexican workers, they deserve, you're cheating them. They didn't listen to him. Standard Oil was a big player. I got a whole slew of their names here. So what happens is, they went to court and Cardenas won in 1939. When he won that case, a huge amount of money was given to the Mexican nationals. And you know what? The oil companies refused to pay it. So Cardenas did the next thing. He said, you know what? You can leave now. In 1938, he nationalized the oil wells and oil companies in Mexico. And what he did started a firestorm. Oh, we went too far. What he did is he started a firestorm in Mexico that was unbelievable because the oil companies were mad. They were furious. And they threatened him and told him, you can't do that to us. We are oil companies from another country. You've got no business stealing our oil and oil companies and oil and land without due process because we are American companies. He says, you know what? You can leave with your clothes on and leave everything here. You're done. Because he was fed up with those oil companies. What do you think the oil companies did? What do you think they were thinking? 1938, gotta keep in mind of the year. In 1938, the oil companies went back to the United States. Who was the president in 1938? Anybody? Yeah, Franklin Delano Roosevelt, the most powerful president in the world, and he is a big-time president for the people, except he's got one little problem. What was going on in 38 in the United States? 38, we were not at war. How about a depression? How about a big-time depression? And he's got the oil companies coming to him. Oh, by the way, there are 3 books written that attest to everything I'm telling you about this situation. And these 3 books have changed my whole life because I didn't even know they existed until I started researching and found them. The main book in this is called Sanctity versus Sovereignty. It's written by a man named Kenneth Rodman. And Kenneth Rodman is a professor in the East Coast. And he did a case study of what Cardenas did. And this man was telling everybody that what they did was legal. That Mexico had the right. Now, here's some more information for you. In 1939, 1 year later, there was a problem because there was a man in FDR's ear telling him, you gotta do something about Mexico. Okay, what's that all got to do with your ancestors? Watch and see what happens. He tells him, you gotta do something about Mexico because Mexico was the number 2 supply to Nazi Germany. And Mexico said, hey, we gotta do what we gotta do. We're gonna give them all the oil they want. Because Cardenas at that time knew because of the oil companies leaving, they were furious. They had started boycotts against Mexico. They had, not only that, they had companies that were trying to destroy the Mexican economy, and Cardenas was fighting them tooth and nail in 1939. But Churchill wanted FDR to do something. You've got to do something. By the way, the books talk about this whole deal. I'm going to tell you who the 4 men that were involved in this deal. This has all been documented, and it's all fact. Governor said, you know what? Even if my people are starving, which they were starting to do, because you see, if we're starving in Mexico at that time, you couldn't run north to work in the United States. Why? Because there was a depression going on. There was no work for anybody. People were literally starving to death. So understand the time, because this is crucial for you to understand. Because what I'm about to tell you is going to change the way you thought about this all your life. So Cardenas is standing firm. He says, I don't care. Those oil companies did wrong, and they didn't pay my people. Get the hell out and leave everything there. And the war, here's the oil companies. We want a war with Mexico. You didn't know that, did you? It's documented. Problem is, FDR is listening to all this, and he knows that Churchill is warning him. And by the way, it's also documented. And I'll tell you one of the key places I found this information. It's called the State Department website. The United States Department website from 1937 to 1945. You will find a lot of this information right there on the web. But you gotta look for it. That's what most of us haven't been doing. Why? Because we never realized that this kind of a scheme could cost your ancestors their lands. So what happens is, Cardenas stands them off, oil companies want a war. Now Churchill is bad because Mexico's giving oil to the Nazis. And what happens next is going to blow your mind, because Cardenas knew that he was in trouble, because the oil production level dropped from 100%. When the oil companies left, it went down to 40%. They weren't putting enough oil out now. They were starting to have production. The economy from Mexico was starting to tank. Foreign countries, Great Britain sued Mexico for doing what they did in the United States. They went to the World Court, and guess what? Great Britain lost the lawsuit. That's documented. They lost the lawsuit because the World Court said that Mexico was within their right to nationalize their oil wells if they felt they needed to do that. It was a big blow, because you see, in 1939, Great Britain and France went to war with Germany. You gotta think about what's going on in the world now. How does it affect your family? Getting interesting, huh? Here it comes. So Cardenas knew that he was in trouble because the standoff was killing his country. It was decimating, but he was a hard, stern man. He didn't want to budge because he knew those oil companies were wrong for what they did, but yet they were starving his people, and he didn't care. He was going to prove a point. By the way, in 1938, when he nationalized the oil wells in Mexico, they had a parade in Mexico City of over 100,000 Mexican nationals who cheered Lázaro Cárdenas, cheered him. They cheered out. They had, by the way, if you go to YouTube, if you type it in, you'll actually see they have film footage of it. It's a real rough film, but you can see it. They were proud that he did that to the United States. They were proud. By the way, he didn't nationalize the oil wells. He also nationalized the railroad, and even the American railroads had a lead. So Mexico was in trouble because they took a stand. Why does that matter to you? I'm about to tell you why. Because what's going to happen in this stage of a global theater is, you already know Mexico is selling oil to the Nazis. You already know Churchill hates Mexico for what they're doing. That's documented. He was very upset with Mexico, and he was angry at Mexico for selling to the Nazis. FDR was trapped because he had to figure out a solution. FDR contemplated, what do I do? So he calls the oil companies in. He has this whole staff in there. Cordell Hull was the Secretary of State, and he was furious with Mexico. It's in the books, by the way. You can look at these books when we're done. And this guy, Cordell Hull, wants to go to war with Mexico. 1939. War with Mexico. Wow. That's a mind blow. That's how mad Cordell Hall was, Secretary of State, documented. And 3 other State Department officials, by the way, the ambassador to Mexico was also in there. His name was Daniel Lynch. What happens is FDR had to make some kind of decision to resolve this problem because he knew Germany was coming. Because guess who was telling him that? Winston Churchill. He says, you better get ready. These Nazis are moving and they're going to get you in the war. That's also documented. I couldn't believe it myself when I read it. It's on the State Department website. Churchill was so concerned he tried to drag the United States in, and FDR wasn't buying it. He says, no, we're not ready for a war. I'm getting through a recession and a depression. But it didn't matter because Churchill was in deep trouble. What happens then is this. He calls his men together and they're arguing. What do we do? What do we do? We've got to come up with something. Can you move the slides up? What happens is the 4 men got together and started talking. We need to come up with a deal, or we need to either take action against Mexico and invade them. Wow. Mexico, really? Because we got to do something. Because there's something nobody here knows that I'm going to tell you why they were thinking about invading Mexico in 1939. Because there was 2 other countries, Bolivia and Venezuela, who were saying, you know what? Mexico just nationalized their oil well. We're going to do it too. Because they saw Mexico take no penalty. This is important. Start putting it together. What I told you when I started at the beginning, I'm going to put a crime scene in front of you. I'm going to show you the bodies, the gun, and the blood, and I'm going to say, I don't know who killed them, but we're going to figure this out, but I'm going to let you come up with a conclusion at the very end on where and how this deal was caused. And you are going to be the one that tells me what you think. Here it comes. So he gets the 4 men together, and he says, listen, we've got to do something. The Nazis are going to be at war with us. The oil companies don't have the oil that Cardenas has taken away from them. We're going to need oil, and we're going to need it bad. So Cordell has that meeting, and he says, I vote that we go to war with Mexico. And there's a man sitting there named Morgenthau. I can't remember his first name, but he's in my literature. Morgenthau is sitting there, and he says, you want to go to war with Mexico over this? And he said, yeah. Cordell Hull was the Secretary of State, very powerful man. And he said, you got to think twice. We just captured a message coming from the Nazi Germany to the Mexican capital, and that Mexican official that had given them the information told them that the document was from Nazi Germany, and it stated in there, we understand you're negotiating with the United States. If they don't cooperate with you, we will send troops on the border of Mexico, and all the technical advisors you need to get the oil back up to 100%, because it was down to 40%. And we're going to give you all the money you can for as much oil as you can give us, because we need it for this effort in the Europe theater. They were going to send troops down. So Morgenthau tells them, if you push Mexico too hard, they're going to ally with Germany, Italy, and Japan. You better think what you're doing here, because if you go down there and strong arm, Cardenas is nobody's fool. He's neutral. Mexico was a neutral country before 1942. That's when they declared war on Germany. In 1939, he was still neutral. But remember I told you the parade for 100,000 people in 1938 for Cardenas for being the man? In 1940, he would not be reelected. His country didn't want nothing to do with him anymore. That's all documented. And the reason why is Mexico was starving. Mexico was starving. Depression was still in the United States. They were being boycotted and embargoed. And Europe had cut off all trade with Mexico. That's documented. So you see the pressure was on FDR to do something. So at the 11th hour, before Cardenas left office, he comes to Cornell Hall and he says, let's make a deal. Let's make a deal because we still have the 1868 to 1934 convention. Let's start talking about it in the convention. When those four men heard that, that was the door that needed to be opened. Because that's when your ancestors came in. They said, you know what? And again, what I'm telling you is all documented. You know what? Remember that 1923 treaty where we were supposed to give your Mexican people, nationals, whatever, we were supposed to give them $193 million? We never gave it to them. How about us, let's open up and create another treaty and call this the 1941 Convention with the same rules from the United Nations, the same type of representative from the Hague, Netherlands, and let's try to work out a deal so your people can get their compensation, because we feel bad. Oh yeah, they felt bad already. They felt bad because they needed to cut a deal to save the oil companies because they knew in 1939, 1940 that the war was coming. We weren't at war yet. This treaty was ratified on November the 19th, 1941. Were we at war? No. 3 weeks later, on December 7th, Japan invades Pearl Harbor. We were not in war, but we knew we were going to be in one. And that's why FDR had cut this deal. Because he saw no other way out. And those four guys, the four State Department guys I talked to you about, Cornell Hall, all of those guys, these books are all cited from their memoirs. And they talk about the deal. These 3 books, which like I said, I feel bad I don't have a big picture of them, but these 3 books are loaded with chock full of information of why they made this deal and how they felt they needed to do this. There were 6,000 German soldiers, or not German soldiers, German technical advisors in Mexico in 1940. There was 3,000 Japanese who were already in Mexico because Japan wanted to put a naval base and a submarine base right in Baja California. That's in the books. So what's that still got to do with the price of salt? Well, it's important because you see, on the global theater, the whole point of this is this. They have to cut a deal, but they got to make it look like it's a good deal. So when they went to this 41 convention, they said, you know what? We screwed up in the 23 convention. Your ancestors were supposed to get $193 million, but you know what? Here's what we're going to do. We're going to do it all over again, and this time we're going to give them the money. Why would the United States all of a sudden want to do something good for your ancestors? Why? Because it has to serve them a purpose. Nobody does nothing unless it serves a purpose for them. But here's the deal. They couldn't give the oil companies $425 million is what the oil companies demanded from Mexico. They couldn't give the oil companies $40 million. Because if FDR gave $40 million to the oil companies would be considered to be an oil bailout in 1941 when people are starving in a depression. How would that have flown in the United States before we were at war? Well, you think that would have been over with people? We're going to give those companies $40 million because they lost their equipment, they lost their oil rights, and they lost their businesses to a foreign country. What's that got to do with us? It would have been the oil bailout of 1941, and he knew that wouldn't fly. So we had to figure out how to get $40 million into the oil company's hands. Yeah, you're getting the picture. Let me make a treaty just so we can work this out. Right. So what happened We're talking about the ADR in a minute. What happens is this. They go to this convention and they say, but wait a minute. The 23 convention had language in it. And the 23 convention said that we could not open it back up. That once this 23 convention was signed, sealed, and delivered, it was over. What you don't know is, in any treaty in the United States, there's a 6-year statute of limitation, which he's very well aware of. Anytime the United States makes a treaty with a foreign company or country, you have 6 years to file a lawsuit or a complaint if that treaty is a violation of some law. So what happens is they expired the 6-year termination allowance. The 23 convention was the 41 convention was 18 years later. The language said that nobody could open this up again, but both countries agreed. If you get both countries to agree, you can do whatever you want. Why would Mexico agree? Well, you got to remember, now we got a new president in 1940. Want to go to 1940? And his name is Manuel Avila Camacho. Do we have him up there? Manuel Avila Camacho is the new president. Remember I told you Cardenas was very unpopular at the end of his term? Why? Because people were starving. They wanted some change. They knew he took a stand, but boy, they sure paid for it, and they didn't want to pay for it anymore. Mexicans wanted the economy back on track so they could pay their rent, buy some food, do what everybody does. So Lázaro Cardenas was not a good guy to be reelected. People did not want him anymore. 2 years earlier, he was a hero, and in 1940, he passed the baton to his good friend, Manuel Avila Camacho, who was also a soldier with Pancho Villa and those guys. But he was a good friend of Camacho. Sorry. There you go. You're helping me out. Okay, so he comes in. Now what does he get? Manuel Camacho is the president of Mexico in 1940. He walks in. He's got a problem. By the way, these books talk about him too. They talk about how bad the condition of that country was when he was elected. The finances were in the toilet. People were starving. Everybody was still boycotting Mexico, but he was still selling oil. Guess who? Yeah, you got it. He was still selling oil to the Nazis. So what happens then? He says, if I make a deal with you, what's in it for me? What's in it for Manuel Camacho? If you look up on Wikipedia, it states right in there, he was the most successful president Mexico ever had. He took and progressed in his 6-year term, because that was the second time that a 6-year president was ever elected. And he did great because he had a lot of help from your ancestors. And that's why he said, you know what, that deal sounds pretty good. I think I could take a deal, because here's the deal. There was only 2 things on that convention, 2 things on the agenda. U.S. citizens against Mexico claims, Mexican nationals versus U.S. claims. Now here it comes, folks, because this is what you need to know. What category was your ancestors in on that one? Were they Mexican citizens, nationals, against U.S. claims? Or were they American citizens versus Mexican? Which one did they fit? This treaty, including the 23 treaty, has the language in it which you can read at your leisure and calls your ancestors Mexican nationals. Why? Why is that important? Because they couldn't pull a treaty off if they were U.S. citizens. It would have been illegal. You get the drift now? So they had to pull this deal off, calling your ancestors Mexican nationals to make it legal. And in this treaty, I told you two agendas. It was oil companies that were the U.S. citizens against Mexico because of the nationalization, and it was Mexican nationals versus the United States, and it was called land expropriation. Expropriation means taken. Land expropriation means taken land. And that was the claim that started back when this whole thing started, and we had the General Claims Commission from 1868 all the way on up. People got displaced by illegal hunting and games. So they're going to do it right now, right? They're going to make a treaty in 1941. In 1941, your ancestors were hearing about this, and they said, oh, finally, we're going to, my father, I remember, he told me, he says, we thought it was the payday coming. And what happened is, it was more betrayal. Because you see, there is language in this treaty for the oil companies to get their money within so many years. But there's no language about when your ancestors were supposed to get anything. So if you're making a treaty and you're the United States and you feel bad about these people, and we're making this deal because we feel bad about these people, but in reality, it was a ploy to get Mexico to give the oil companies the money that the United States couldn't give. It was deception. It was fraud. And every landmark case that has been filed with the ADR, with the Alliance of Texas Land Grants, they all were told in many, she will witness to this, in one way or another, you can't open this up because there's too many things in your way. Statute of limitations, you can't sue Mexico, blah, 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 because the bottom line is they knew if you open this case up, it was horrendous what happened to your families. Yes, go ahead.
Okay, in that extended treaty, there's a lot of renters in this area. There's a lot of renters in this area, in the dark sector, that claim damages against Mexico. And those people are still living on our land grant, and they got paid for damages of cattle rustling and every other thing. I mean, that's an insult upon an insult. That's what bothers me up. And some of those languages are my ancestral language. And that is really, I mean, that's an insult upon an insult. And I just cannot tolerate it.
Yolanda.
That's why I'm in this.
Or some of those and those.
The ones that are living on the land, I'm sure they're still, the land that they live, they're still living and they're not paying. So the damage, all of the damages are paid twice.
Did the county right and the king right here?
Yeah, exactly. Because they get a nice look at that.
No, man.
All right, so I'm sorry. So this treaty gets sealed. Signed, sealed, delivered November 19th, before the war started, 1941. And in this language, it states in here, once this deal is done, nobody can open it again. Remember? The clock started. 6-year statute of limitations starts in 1941, November the 19th. Well, what the heck was going on in 1941? I'll tell you what was going on. Your family was sitting around in 1941 in the kitchen, and they heard that the United States just made a deal with Mexico, and we're going to get $193 million. When in reality, there was language to pay the money to the oil companies, but there was no language about your ancestors. So that enough should anger you, because they knew they weren't going to give that money to you. They were cutting the deal, and they were greasing Camacho's palms and saying, you know what, make this deal with us. Do this behind the backdoor deal, and you keep that money. Because that's exactly what they did. They kept that money and they never gave it to anybody. Because if the United States cared about doing the right thing, they would have had language in there like the oil companies to have that money paid by a certain time to those who were supposed to get it. But there was no language because they knew they didn't care. I'm going to tell you something that you have never heard here before, unless you've heard me before. These people did this deal because they knew your nature, your ancestors' nature. They knew who you were. They knew you were honorable, noble people, and that that you would not confront them and make a big deal out of this, and you would go away and you would not be a problem. They knew your nature. Look what happened. 1941, they cut the deal. People in the streets are probably our relatives, your fathers and mothers, mine, and saying, hey, they give $193 million. And guess what? Camacho says, yeah, we got $193 million, and we're going to pay those people. That's documented. That's documented. Camacho says, checks in the mail, hey, give us a little time, we're going to give your families what they deserve. 1941, what else was going on in 41? Your ancestors were getting drafted going to a war. Were they worried about what this is going to do to their lives? No. They're thinking about Germany, Japan, and they're thinking about Italy. And they ain't got time because they're already told, well, Mexico got the money. They knew that happened. So they figured they'd get their dough when they come back out of the service. Did they get their dough? No. They didn't get their dough. Because when those men went overseas, and my uncles, and I've got relatives all over the place that fought in World War II. I just had an uncle die a year ago. And what happened is when they came back, the first thing they said in 1945, 46, 47 is, hey, what happened to the money we were supposed to get before we went to war? What money? The one Camacho said he was going to give us. But nobody heard anything after that. But Camacho was on the record that he was going to pay everything. Totally documented.
And it's presented year after year after year. The ADR negotiated with them, and all they would say, well, until we don't have money, until we have money enough to implement that law. And every year it's the same thing. Because we can go, there's a lot of our ancestors that actually went to Mexico. They went to Mexico to ask what happened to that money. So they would go to the Department of State and say, we pay that money to Mexico. So some of our ancestors were even put in jail. Some of the Países were put in jail in Mexico. So that's what the ADR started. When Ray Medina came to South Texas in 1978. So, and it was, we went through, we took it to a district court in federal court, and,
all right, you get the picture. Your ancestors get home. They're out of the military. They've won a war. They're heroes, and they come home. What happened to the money? Camacho said you were going to get it. Checks in the mail. You don't get your money in 41 because it was never supposed to come to you. Camacho kept it, and he used it for his country. And guess what? That's why Wikipedia, if you look him up, said he was the most successful president Mexico ever had. Because they greased his palms, and they gave him that money. All he had to do with that $193 million was give $40 million back to the oil companies. Anybody want to do that deal? I'll give you 193, you can give 40 back. Would you turn it down? You getting the picture? The bottom line is, it was a setup. It was, our ancestors were used as patsies. And that's the disgusting part of this whole thing. This was a fraud at a magnitude that nobody can believe, but it's true. It did happen. But none of you understood that Germany was the reason why. Because you see, this is intrigue beyond all intrigue. This is something that nobody can even make up. My God, when I talked to an attorney about this, he was blown away. I mean, you know, he's looking at me like we should be on Oprah talking about this. It is amazing that your ancestors were used to allow the oil companies to get $40 million because there was no other way FDR could give them the money. But he needed them because he was going to war with Germany. And your ancestors were the first, I know you guys think this is harsh, but they were the first collateral damage of World War II before a one bullet was fired. Your ancestors paid the price. And they were the front of a deal that is a shameful deal in the United States, and this country has a lot to answer for doing what they did. Now, let's just move a little bit forward a little bit. I told you this was intrigue that you can't make up. But these people researched it, and they'll give you the other side of this deal. And they'll give you all the history about Mexico and the oil companies, the expropriation of the oil. They talk about it just like what I've told you. Read them. Get smart about what happened so you can educate other people. After that, it got quiet. People were still wondering, what happened to the money? What happened to the money? Mexico made a gesture that they were going to pay. She already verified that. What happened is, 1980s came along, and a lady named Amica Zarate was a person who said, you know what, I'm going to do something about this. I'm tired of being lied to. I'm tired of Mexico telling us the checks in the mail. We're going to sue. And they did. The problem with that, they weren't successful. And we could go into a lot of detail, but I don't want to get too drawn out in there because you guys have been here long enough and there's more to come yet. The bottom line is in 82, you lost that law. She lost that lawsuit, and I think you were at that organization, so were we. And what happened is they ruled against them because they said, listen, even though we agree with you, this is one of the judges said, Scalia, even though we agree with you that this was a wrong that was done to your people, we don't have jurisdiction to make a resolution over Mexico in our court system. They are a sovereign country. And they lost. They all came home, and they were, I'm sure, furious, upset, whatever you want to call it. And nothing happened. But the United States said, the judge said, we know you did wrong, this is wrong, but we can't do nothing about it. Now put yourself back 150 years. You think that's what your ancestors were being told when they went to the court? Sorry, you got screwed, there's nothing I can do about it. Just the way it is. You know, go on home and forget about it. 80s went to 90s, and then another case come up. This is important now. You're gonna catch this now. This man was named Stephen Schnabel. Yeah, that fellow was named Stephen Schnabel. He was a lawyer. He's out of the Miami University professor of law. I had the pleasure of speaking for this man for 1 hour, and I did that in 2004, 2006, I don't remember the day. And I asked him for 1 hour how and why he lost his case. And that case is called the Alliance of Texas Land Grant Descendants, and that was filed with 2 other lawsuits, and they were combined. And that one was the first lawsuit that had it right. He said, hey, we got a problem here. He said, when you guys created that treaty, those people were American citizens. You violated their Fifth Amendment. And the Fifth Amendment says that if you have land, property, whatever, you have the right to keep that land, and the government can't take it from you in any way, shape, or form. Okay? Remember, they filed this lawsuit in 1991 or 92, something like that. And also the 14th Amendment, which is the state amendment. You violate both those. The court tells him, you know what? We're not even going to talk about if their constitutional rights were violated, because the 41 Convention was 6 years gone, and your statute of limitations to file your complaint is over. Statute of limitations is a cute term that this country has created to put obstacles in there to allow people to get justice. These are the, powerful people's way of keeping your information from being able to challenge them. So they have these cute little terms, and they use them. Even though you were really wronged and violated, there's nothing we can do. It's too late. Your 6 years is up. Your ancestors, by the way, this is in the lawsuit, they had 6 years to file a claim. Oh, yeah, never mind, there was a war going on from 41 to 46, and they were told Mexico had a check in the mail, but they had 6 years to file a lawsuit. Why didn't you have them do it then? I wasn't alive in 1941. Most Most of you weren't alive in 1941. The problem is they had a way to get rid of that lawsuit legally. And that legal ramification cost your ancestors again, because they're saying to you, had you complained within 6 years, maybe you would have got a chance to get some compensation. But it's too late. And that lawsuit was lost. Again, that was the only 2 lawsuits that I know of. There might be another one. There were major issues in lawsuits of getting your ancestors what they deserve. The problem is, they didn't talk about this enough. And that law, I'm not a professor and I'm not a lawyer, but I can read. This book says in here, the only way the United States can take your land is if they call it eminent domain. And that's in the Fifth Amendment. And eminent domain is, we're going to use your house and build a federal park or a statue of a state land, and we are going to take your house. Even if you don't like it, we're going to give you a fair market value. You sign a contract, here's the money. They have the right to do that. You think they did that to your ancestors? Was eminent domain in 18, whatever the heck it was? Heck no! It didn't even probably cross their minds. Because you know what? Nobody was going to give your ancestors anything anyways. They didn't care. You saw what happened. You saw the whole history all the way to 1941. But this is a problem. Because you see, this doesn't go anywhere. This is still here. This is the U.S. Constitution. And the Fifth Amendment is still alive and well. Thank God. The problem is, he used the 41 Convention to disqualify the lawsuit and didn't even talk about the Fifth Amendment. And I think that's where he made his critical mistake. Because you see, in the case, illegally. And they agreed when they gave Mexico $192 million. Never mind, now you know the whole story, that $40 billion had to go to the oil companies, and they had to figure out how to do that. Never mind that they agreed with all that. Bottom line is, that's an admission of guilt. That they gave Mexico, or your ancestors, land grants, and that money was given to Mexico. And this judge is telling you, why are you mad at us? You should be down there in Mexico. But this judge didn't want to talk about the Fifth Amendment, and that case closed that way. But there's problems with this, because the Fifth Amendment doesn't go away. Here's the problem. I talked to an attorney this week with my cousin, Amu, and we discussed this case for a little while, an hour or so. And he said, what is the crux of your argument in this case? I said, it's very simple. The crux of this case is our ancestors were U.S. citizens. Because in 1923 and 41, that's why their Fifth Amendment didn't work. They called them Mexican nationals. In that lawsuit, in 1981, they also referred to them as Mexican nationals. Why? Because if they say U.S. citizens, this whole thing is wrong. And they know it. So everything you're told in courtrooms and everything is the presumption that your ancestors were Mexican nationals. And I say to you today, I found some information that proves them wrong. Elmer Sierra went to spend 2 weeks of his vacation in the Library of Congress, and I said, get as many documents as you can, Elmer. He took thousands of pictures of documents. And I'm sitting at home, had talked to my friends, the Baiz and Yolanda, and we're discussing, and we're on the edge of this. We're on the cusp of figuring this out. You see, because here is where it's coming, and this is where the United States is going to have problems. And so is Texas. Texas is not out of this, believe me. But the United States is the main culprit. Here's the problem. The problem is, I wake up at 2:30 in the morning, and it hits me like a bolt of lightning. I call Elmer, who was always awake for some reason at 2:30 in the morning, and I said, Elmer, I said, do you have a ancestors paying a poll tax? He said, yeah. Yeah, I do. I said, are you sure? He said, yeah. I said, send it to me. He sent me 1849, 1851, 1854 in Cameron County. My ancestors, and I'm sure there's a lot of you out there too, is recorded in Cameron County of paying a poll tax in those 3 years. And I have a copy of that document. Why is that important? Okay, there's right there. There's the document. Why is that important? Because even though you're almost right, poll taxes prove a couple of things. The poll tax, which is up there, I hope you can read that if you can or not. The poll tax was a tax that was used from 1840s or 1830s. And they used it for special purposes. Now, I read the history of poll tax, so I'm going to help you out a little bit. Poll taxes were nothing more than a fee that you had to pay to be allowed to vote as a U.S. citizen. Okay? Here it comes. But Texas didn't start poll taxes for voting until 1902. I thought they started earlier. They didn't. But it doesn't matter. They had poll taxes for other things like the Civil War. So poll taxes were in place in Texas, but not for voting. But for other reasons, in 1902, they switched it for voting. This is the best information I could get. But it doesn't matter to me. You know why? Because I go back to the first document that I showed you, the Treaty of Guadalupe. What does it say? It said if you live on that land for 12 months, you are a U.S. citizen. If you're a U.S. citizen and you live there more than 1 year and you can prove it, which I can, and you probably can't, but you don't know it, then you are a U.S. citizen and they had no business negotiating with Mexico for this $193 million. Are you picking up what I'm putting down?
Yep.
Does it give you a different view of what this case is about now? Except there's one little problem for the United States. See, the United States and Texas don't know that because of this Fifth Amendment, and if we can prove that your ancestors were U.S. citizens, they got problems. Because you see, if that's true, and you prove it in a court of law, the 23 and 41 Convention, by their own guidelines, are invalid. If the 23 and 41 Convention is invalid, we're back to square one, and that's our land. Because nobody paid us for it. We never got a dime from anybody. And guess what? Oh, did somebody say they admitted guilt when they gave Mexico $193 million? They got themselves in a bad way. I'm telling you that this turns Texas and the United States upside down. Because if you had to negotiate today for the King Ranch, for the Cavazos, or the Loyolas, or the Japas, or others, you think that land is worth what they had in 1923 today? And by the way, the 1923 figure didn't have oil. It just had the price of the land. What do you think that land is worth now with oil? Are we talking trillions of dollars?
Yeah, because now there's windmills.
Now there's all kinds of energy and stuff. We got an angle, folks. This is gonna blow somebody's mind when they get wind of this. And why am I telling you? I'm gonna tell you why I'm telling you. Because I know how the United States is. If they're talking a huge amount of money and they get proven wrong, they got to fess up and they got to come up with some money. And they don't want to give you a dime. And you know it. You can't get 10 cents from Texas, much less from the United States. These people do not want to give you a penny, and they're going to do everything. Listen, I'm going to say this to you, and we mean this. I remember myself at Elmer, I've had people at meetings that I had a lady get up and says, "Aren't you scared of getting killed?" I said, "Yeah." You see, this is serious, because if you prove them wrong, they're in bad ways. And this is the problem I have right now. I'm looking for attorneys. 2 countries, 1 lie is looking for attorneys. We have a hard time finding attorneys who want to step up because I've had them tell me, I don't want to mess because the IRS will be investigating me if I get up. They're intimidated by this case because this case could blow a lot of people's minds. You stand to turn this whole history book upside down on FDR being the greatest president that ever lived. Because he made a deal. And even though he never came back and rectified what he did, just as what they did with the Japanese, he died in 1945 before the war was over. And the next president that came in had nothing to do with it, so he didn't care. You see, this is a tarnish, a stain. This is an embarrassment of a magnitude that none of us could comprehend. And why am I telling you? Because if something happens to me, somebody else has got to step up and fight this fight. And all I'm saying to you is I don't call myself an Elmer. When we discovered that this scheme, this scam, whatever you want to call it, this dastardly deed was done at the expense of our families, our ancestors deserve somebody to fight for what is right. And if you're intimidated by this, I'm sorry. But it is the way it is. This is the kind of world it is today. It's a scary world when you have information that countries do not want you to talk about. They all see it in different ways. But this could blow a lot of people's minds. So if I can prove that my ancestors, your ancestors, were U.S. citizens, I ask all of you, go back home, dig out your old documents, see if you find poll taxes, because if you have an ancestor that lived in Cameron County, Wilson County, Hidalgo County, and you have documents, which they're there, by the way, they're out there, and you got that document, how is the United States going to say Mexican nationals anymore? Those people were U.S. citizens, and that attorney that I gave this case to, he said, you got it right on the head. Because if you prove they're U.S. citizens, this Fifth Amendment is big problems for what they did. They had no business giving the money to Mexico if they were U.S. citizens. Yes, sir? Are we done? All right, there's more in my usual presentation, but I'm a John, and I have to respect that. You've got a good taste of this. You have our words. Do something with them. Learn. Get out there and unite. Go on to the market yourself.
I told you this presentation would be good tonight. And what's in?
Yeah.
I want you to repeat it after me. God save now.
I apologize.
Listen, I know this guy. He's fantastic. Now let me tell you, do you see what I'm saying up by your laptop? Did you see how she did it public to this thing? Man, let me tell you, this lady, if these guys woke me up to that. So I'm so grateful that he's here so that you can see an example. Now, we got to finish that worksheet. So I'm going to ask Juan to come up. We need to wrap it up. The rest of it is going to be real simple, real quickly. Those that need to take a break, go ahead. But we're going to continue with this thing because we've got to have a show of hands with it, okay? So if you need to go to the bathroom, we'll do it. One. Let's take over this. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah. All right.
Hello? Hello? Okay, so I think we're going to proceed with item number 4, Executive Committee. And excuse us, we're running out of time and we need to take care of this business. It's very important. So the names for the Executive Committee. Okay. So we're going to read all the committee members. If nobody opposes, we'd like to take a vote on 9 committee members. There's Mr. Nick Bailey. There's Ms. Tina Headington that couldn't be with us tonight. There's Minnie Amina Martinez. There's myself, Juan Castro. There's Mr. Sean de la Garza. There's Ernest Balcón. There's Jose Sierra. There's Gloria Muñiz Yeti. And there's Grace Cavazos. So can we show a sign of hands if we vote for these members? Thank you very much. It's done. So voter registration chairman, okay? And there'll be 2 associates with that chairman. There'll be 3. So we're nominating Gloria Gibney for chairman, Mr. Adolfo Sierra, and Ms. Leticia Perez from Brownsville. She's not with us today. We have to select one chairman. Dora? Okay. Gloria is back there, okay. So we need to select a chairman. Who votes for Gloria Muñoz Gibney? Okay. Thank you, Gloria. Okay, so with the approval of the other 2 associates, Mr. Sierra Adolfo and Letty Perez, who's from Brownsville, so proceed. Number 3, elect a public information specialist. And we have Ms. Chris Champion, 1 person, and we'd like to have a vote on that. And Chris is back there. Congratulations. We have an event coordinator, and because we have 2 names, we'll elect 1 chairman and 1 assistant. So we have as the chairman Chris Champion and Elmer Sierra. Can we take a vote on that? So this is for Ms. Champion. Chris Champion, and then Mr. Sierra as her associate. We will pass on article number 8, the treasurer, until this organization is formed. We need to select a location for the alliance. There's 3 names that are up before you. One of them is San Antonio, Texas. The other choice is Corpus Christi, Texas. And the other choice is Rio Grande Valley, McAllen, Texas. So can we take a vote on San Antonio, Texas? I think we're going to have to take a count. Okay. So we have a count for Corpus Christi. I don't think we need to vote for the calendar, but the real vote is that. Thank you.
Thank you, Ron. Folks, I can't tell you the pleasure it was in hosting a conference. What I think we've got to keep in mind is we have to grow. So we've got to bring people in and register them. And you register them simply by sending us their data. Now, let me say one thing that's very important to you. There is a website that's called Roots of Texas. And that's Elmer, where's my screen? She's beautiful, Elmer. In any event, on that website, we're going to be posting information that's going to be germane to what we talked about today and for the future. Now, the reason we call it Roots of Texas is because because believe it or not, our ancestors formed the roots of this state.
That's right.
And once again, as I said before, we came out of the dark side of history. But I suspect that before too long, the November election, we're getting an information that's being uncovered. And by the way, Joe covered some very living information, but believe me, there's tons more. It's impossible to scan it and be able to give it to you in a fashion where it's conducive to a meeting. So we've got to be able to post it so you can digest it a little bit of time. That's the purpose behind the Roots of Texas. But believe me, the Roots of Texas were delivered to this continent by Spanish ships, just like you see there. So I'm going to, unless you have questions answered, does anyone have a question on anything that's been covered in comments? Okay? I wish you God's blessing. May we all stay in pretty good shape. And until the next occasion, may God be with you. And thank you so much for your time.
Oh, yes. I don't want to lose.
No.
I'm sorry, excuse me.
What's Uncle Ernie doing here?
Where is Uncle Ernie?
He's right
Hey,
here.
what's going on, Joe?
He's right here.
Good to see you, man.
He's right here.
Let's say hello to him.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, give him one thing before he gets back to me. Ernie, you got a few man, but are you going to be with him next time? Hope that you are. I'll be with you.
Those are the Sierra. That's their meeting.
Yeah.
That's the one that announced.
That's two different groups.
Yeah. The Sierra is usually the teaching, like the groups that are those books. That's their little ministry, so to speak. And they came in, became part of our overall training we're doing today. So they gave us some history and developed our understanding of how it's happening up to date.
So there's no, not a date for a next, like, gathering?
It's on their webpage.
What is the webpage?
They announced that they have it in September the 22nd.
That's
September 22nd?
September the
22nd was in Mercedes on the ballot.
25th.
But if you go over there to the people that are running that monitor, the same people that are running this one, those are the Sierras and they'll have the website.
They were invited just to give us some information.
Like we invited them to speak in this conference. Oh. And they did a lovely job.
Yes, it's very interesting.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, thank you so much. I'll ask them over there.
Yeah. Over there where that monitor is, I'm sure they'll, I may have all taken the money out of that because they have to collect all this stuff.
Thank you.
I live in San Antonio and I'm thinking about take them because I'm a Caba. You have one person that is Caba. My abuelita es de Antonia Ana. Was it Ana Garcia or Juanita? Mine is Jose. So sorry. Let me give you some numbers. I've been doing it for 5 years. Yeah. But I've been doing it by myself and the Lord's help because my father just had it and my grandparents had it. So I have to do it by myself. Let me get your phone number. You said you live in San Oh, down the street.
aquí son todos, nosotros vivimos en Bronx. Ve aquí está Lorenzo Treviño. De veras, no dice mucho de él. Él es el día de Bartolomé. Sí, este es el hijo de Bartolomé. Ramona Rosalía Cantú. Si se fijan, aquí están juntos los parejas, luego aquí en el sexo los apartan, ¿no? Porque ya no caben porque la hoja no crece por arriba, ¿no? So aquí este punto son los six great grandmothers, the six great grandmothers. So these are couples, one next to each other. Here, this is the fifth generation. You have a husband, you have a wife, you have a husband, you have a wife. So at this point, José Cayetano José Lorenzo Treviño, Rosalía Cantú, Cristian es José Jesús, Treviño Cantú. Yes. Yes. ¿Es de Treviño? ¿Qué dice Gabriel? Let's go be with Treviño. Give me your... You ever come to the... San Diego. San Diego?
Yeah, you live in the... Is that your husband? Oh, your brother? Y'all live in the valley? Is it 361?
At 72 is tough. 72 years old, energy side is tough, right? God bless you. Thank you so much for coming.
Well, God bless you. I'll be praying for you. I know you just had surgery.
On my left knee, and I got to get the right knee to play. Until I get back to my feet.
Yeah.
But it's good to see you guys. I'm glad you could come. We'll stay in touch.
Yes, yes, please. And I saved the phone number you called me from last time. Was that your cell phone?
Yes. Now, it works sometimes in Georgia, sometimes it doesn't. But I've got my email address, and it's floating everywhere. So you've got my email address, I think.
Well, I might have gotten it when you sent me the agenda.
There you go. Pick it up. We're going to start with that. Because it compromises email. Okay? So I'm going to try and set up the website to communicate to the website and your password. I'm hoping it works out well. What's your first name?
Grace.
Grace, okay. Grace, thank you so much. Now again, good luck. God bless you.
God bless you.
I'm fine. I'm so glad to see you guys. And listen, this lady, she was right. I needed to walk. I'll keep you posted. I'll keep you posted. Take care. You won't have to travel. We're going to do this by God bless you, lady. Thank you so much.
Yes, sir.